Welcome to the ice cold Xbox 2 podcast.
Ice cold.
The ice cold. My monitor is frozen solid right now because it is. If you guys didn't know, it is. It's like negative degrees here in Chicago, and yesterday it was like -10 with the wind chill of -35. But we're here Monday to obviously have the podcast we were supposed to have on Friday because I didn't have any power. Hi, how's it going? I'm Randall Thor 19, the man with the million, and Jez is here. Jez Corden, managing editor, Windows Central, also on another podcast talking about World of Warcraft. Betraying me, doing another podcast.
Indeed, it's a fortnightly podcast called Unshackled Fury on audio platforms. It's not even on video, but we're just having fun, messing around, talking about WoW. It's got quite a big history, this podcast, back to back. If anyone who's a WoW veteran remember the Warcraft radio days and stuff like that, so. Yeah, it's cool to be on. Just casually talking about WoW news every
Thank God. So we never got to talk about WoW ever again on this podcast. Thank you, Lord. I never have to talk about it unless it's coming to Xbox, which even still is a big L, right? Because who wants WoW?
Big L? Why?
Yeah, who wants WoW on a console? You know what I mean?
Who wants WoW on a console? Yeah, that's how you sound, bro.
I know,
sound, dude. But no, we're. Yes, I mean it's an Xbox game now. It's an Xbox subsidiary. No,
yeah. True. But I just want to say, sorry we didn't do the show on Friday. I had no power, and it was a rough day. We had a blizzard here in Chicago, last snow, and it was pretty cold, and it was not a lot of fun sitting around. It was like, okay, well, I need to snow blow the driveway, but I can't open up the garage because there's no power, and I can't drag the snowblower through the house. You know, you're worried about like food spoiling. You're like, oh, please, right? You know, but at least dinner and lunch were taken care of with HelloFresh. I didn't have to go anywhere for that. It was already there. But we'll get to them in a little bit.
HelloFresh,
yeah. Yeah. So we're here. We got a lot to talk about. You know, the developer direct officially announced this past week. And actually, we'll be going live on Thursday this week. Now, it's interesting, Jez, because, I could leak stuff. I could be Special Nick, and say, hey, guys, you know what? There's something that's happening that's going to set the internet afire and cause drama, which apparently Nick didn't say. So we have to...
I didn't he?
Yeah, I guess, like, he was misquoted. But you never know with Nick, because these are, like, you're not too sure. You see these articles, and they're like, leaker says this will cause drama, and you're like, what?
Dude, well, this is weird, right? Because Nick said to me in my DMs that Spider-Man is from PlayStation is coming to Xbox.
What?
He literally, yes, Nick told me that in my DMs, bro.
What?
Special Nick of XboxEra.com. Tell me what the
XboxEra.com.
XboxEra.com. Xbox Era podcast special Nick. He told me Spider-Man is coming to Xbox, bro, and God of War actually. He told me that.
And God of War, so it's not just Spider-Man; it's God of War as well.
Yeah, it's God of War as well. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, bro, Nick, is this true? And he was like, yeah, Jez, it's totally true, bro. My sources told me, man. I was like, oh my God, really? And he's like, yeah, bro, but don't tell anyone, bro. And I was like, dude, I gotta tell people about this. It's like, I can't not tell people about this. And he was like, okay, fine, dude, we'll go ahead then. So it was totally approved by Nick that I tweeted that out.
I mean,
so yeah, if you want to know about PlayStation going third party, it's all Nick's information from XboxEra.com. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
We have a couple people in chat who actually are saying, "Is this true?" So this is one of the things where we would joke around and then immediately have to say, "By the way, that's a joke." because we don't want articles written about this either. Like, we don't want to get sloth and being like, Rand and Jez say that Special Nick's source is about Spider-Man and God of War coming to Xbox. You know what I mean?
Well, it's sometimes like sarcasm doesn't translate well.
True.
Over text and into other languages too. Like a bunch of websites that aren't necessarily English as first language picked it up because they didn't realize I was trolling. Well, they don't know the history of trolling Special Nick on this show.
Yeah, well,
so yeah, it's not true. Don't bug Nick.
The one and only Tom Warren says Nick DM'd him the same thing.
Oh, no way,
bro.
Oh, maybe it is true then. Maybe it is true.
I mean,
could be true after all. Could be true.
It is hilarious how your tweet, which was obviously supposed to be a joke and funny, doesn't matter because websites need clicks and they'll just run with literally anything. Jez Corden says Special Nick DM'd him about Spider-Man coming to Xbox. It's like, okay.
No, it's just a joke. It's just for fun, just for funsies and shenanigans. Don't take it seriously.
No.
Very, very much more than likely, we'll never see PlayStation games on Xbox. Even if Xbox did go third party, I feel like Sony would hold on to that down to the last penny. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I doubt that though.
We'll see, man.
I doubt that. But
we'll see, bro.
We did get announcement of the developer direct with a surprise game. Although, if you were listening to the podcast last week, I guess it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. So that's where we like to throw in our little teases, little predictions, for people that pay attention. We're just not going to outright say something because one of the games, when we were talking about what could be at the developer direct, we were like, Hellblade and Avowed and could be our history untold. And I was like, and it might be like a something else, like maybe an Indiana Jones for Machine Games. I don't know if people caught that or not, but, go back and listen. Sometimes you got to listen very carefully, right, Jez?
Indeed, especially when you're talking.
Well, not me.
Half of your predictions are not actually predictions.
No, most of them are. Most of them really are. Shout out to Daswell Gordon, cool. Newest member of the channel. Thank you very much. So, Jez, we got the show here today, right? It'll be obviously going to the podcast apps tomorrow. It's going to be a short week because we also have the developer direct on Thursday, and we're going to be doing a regular show on Friday, which will be our 300th episode, right?
Yes, it will. Oh my God! So this is 299.
This is episode 299, indeed. 299 episodes of the Xbox 2, 300 later this week. And, we decided to do... Well, not we decided to do it. Our patrons got together and wanted to do a Fantasy Critic League.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
And
I'm going to win.
I mean, you think you're going to win. And so I think there's like 13 of us. It was like, hey, we're going to do I've never done Fantasy Open Critic or whatever it's called. I have no idea what it's about. I just know you're supposed to like pick games that you think are going to have a high score or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like a football league. So you pick random games that you think are going to come out this year or that are confirmed to be coming out this year. And then you sort of guess the Metacritic score. Well, no, you don't guess the Metacritic score. Like the games that you get to pick in the draft, then the score gets added up, and then then at the end of the year, the league will be people who pick the games with the highest score, I guess. And so like some of the risk and reward comes in when you're guessing games that might not launch this year. So like if you pick like a Hellblade 2, for example, and then lo and behold, it gets delayed to 2028 or something.
You're screwed. Essentially,
you're screwed. You're getting 0 points for that game. So yeah, it's just a fun little thing.
And somehow out of the 13 people playing, I think you were able to get the first pick in the draft. Somehow,
yeah.
I don't know how. I don't know. There must be some money exchange hands or something, right? Something like that.
It's just random, I think.
And then you took
the system.
The game
system does it. It's random.
You took my game. You took my game.
Well, I just being strategic, bro. You can pick some other games.
You took Hellblade 2 from me. So so far we're kind of like, there's a lot of people, but a lot of different time zones. So we're kind of just like, hey, we pick it, and then it's your turn. So I've done 2 picks so far, and I picked Hollow Knight Silksong because I feel like when it does come out, it's going to be highly rated. I'm just crossing my fingers it's coming out this year. Do you remember when it was in the Xbox E3 show in 2022, in that famous show that was like, everything you see will be coming in the next 12 months? And Hollow Knight Silksong never came, and it didn't come the following year, and who knows if it's coming in 2024, but I was like, all right, because I have a feeling that game's going to be rated highly. And then in my second game, because it was like people took all the big ones, and it was like, all right, well, you know what? I picked Path of Exile 2, and I don't even know if that's game coming this year. So I'm probably going to lose on both those. Like, my top 2 picks are probably going to be big fat goose eggs, because they probably won't even come out. But if they do, I might be in good position. So that's fun. I've never done one of these before, but it's pretty cool. But also, Jez, we do have patreon.com/XB2. We got questions at the end of the episode. We got the shout outs, which I'll go through right now. We got Thurgus, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, Peter B, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trade, The Grandest of Bit, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Moronic Donkey 99, Mockazilla, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Fantasticals, Halo is the Goat, K-Trax, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Frank Mariano, PB Broking, Ace and Madison, Grizzy Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DC Huffin, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropey, Prof. JJJ, Ghostface Killer, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for all the support. We will be having an Xbox 2+1 tomorrow. That'll be exclusive to Patreon for probably a week. We are having Modern Vintage Gamer on MVG talk about everything that's going on in the industry. And we'll hopefully have somebody on next week to talk about the Developer Direct. Jez is working on that right now, but yeah, we got trying to get some guests lined up for the coming months. Should be a lot of fun. And I was kind of I know that like Nick is in the chat because obviously he would be here because he knew we would make fun of the whole situation with him saying Spider-Man was coming to Xbox or whatever, right? I thought he would force his way onto the show. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I thought he would just show up in the chat, like in the voice chat, and try to clear his name. But I thought he would do that, but maybe it's too early in New Zealand, on the other side of the world from where he's at. That he could in
Australia. Same difference.
Same difference. It's nice and hot in Australia for him, but it's probably like super early for him too. But I was just like, I bet you he joins. He's like, listen, I didn't say any of that shit. And it's like, well, I guess not. But either way, thank you to all the Patreons. I'm looking forward to talking to MVG tomorrow about everything. Nick says he's supposed to be working. Well, better get to work, buddy. And Jez, we also have a sponsor for this episode. We have Hello Fresh, right?
Hello Fresh, that is right, Rand. And we know you've been using HelloFresh while you've been frozen solid in Chicago, but this week's show is indeed sponsored by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. And that's why it's America's #1 meal kit. Did you know HelloFresh does more than just dinners, Rand? From easy breakfast to start your morning off, right to 10-minute lunches or satisfying snacks both adults and kids will love. HelloFresh has tasty choices for every mealtime occasion, and the best part? No grocery trip required. HelloFresh has over 45 recipes and more than 100 seasonal add-on items to choose from every single week, so it's easier than ever to find something everyone will enjoy.
Yeah.
Go to HelloFresh.
Well, hold on, Jess. Hold on. Well,
go on.
It actually came in super handy this week because when it's this cold outside, right? When it's like negative 30 degrees and you don't want to go anywhere, but it's like, man, I have to eat something. HelloFresh just delivers everything to your doorstep. You can put it away, in your pantry, in the refrigerator, and you can just make it at your convenience. I'm using it right now to try to help me lose some weight, which is going pretty good. New year, new resolution. They do have kind of the calorie restriction stuff. But, everybody's like, what are we doing for dinner? I'm spending all this money at the grocery store. I don't want to go out and get something because it's negative 30 degrees. And HelloFresh is like, they deliver it to you and you don't have to go anywhere. So it was like, all right, well, guess what? I don't have to go out in this crappy weather. I can just eat what they sent me, prepare it, and actually take my mind off stuff. So it's the food's good and helps me lose weight. Best thing is I don't have to leave the house. I don't have to go see other people, I don't have to put on the jacket and freeze to death while I go out shopping. So
that's the best thing.
Yeah,
right?
that is the best thing.
I'm also losing weight at the moment, and I don't know if I can get HelloFresh in the UK. Actually, let me check that right now. One thing I do when I'm losing weight is it's portion control. With me, it's 100% portion control. I don't really snack. I don't really drink sugary drinks. I just eat too much when I do have meals. So if you are having like HelloFresh and whatever, it helps you portion control and stuff like that. And apparently it is available in the UK. What is it? No, I don't know. I don't know if it's available in the UK, but it's definitely available in America. And most of you guys listening are from the United States. So let's drop a.
And we do have a deal for you basically. So if you go to hellofresh.com/Xbox2free and use the code Xbox2free, you'll get free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/Xbox2free with code Xbox2free, which is XBOXTWOFREE. Link is in the description for anybody that wants to check it out, get free breakfast for life, and see if HelloFresh is worth it. So thanks to America's #1 meal kit, HelloFresh, for sponsoring this podcast.
Yeah, I've just checked. The HelloFresh is available in the UK, but our code only works in America. So unfortunately, the deals are only available. I think it's North America. So the deals, the code XBOX XBOXTWO FREE Xbox2free will work in North America, so Canada and America, United States. But I don't think it works in the UK. But alas, But still, it's a really great service, and you should definitely check it out.
Yeah. Anyways, how was your week, Jez?
It's pretty good, man. I had some really big article wins on the tech side. I wrote an article about these new batteries, funnily enough. So there's like this new battery tech that's coming out, and it could revolutionize like laptop and phone and Xbox controller charging and stuff like that. That did really well. So I'm in a good mood. When the stats are up, I'm happy. So
are you saying you're usually never in a good mood? Is that what you're saying? Normally?
Well,
normally, see guys here, like, normally, when Jez gets into the call for Xbox 2, he's like, oh, this has been a shit week, brother. I don't want to be here.
That's not true.
I just want to play Overwatch and World of Warcraft.
Oh yeah,
basically Jez.
Course,
and then he's like, let me post my bean memes on Twitter and X so I can get a check from Elon for that engagement, bro.
X.
I
haven't posted any beans for a while. I need to fix that.
A while to you means like a day.
Yeah, it is true though. The algorithm's fickle. Like sometimes, like it's not like our content outputs change, but Google will be like some months Google will be like, nah, you're not having any traffic this month, and then other months they'll be like, oh yeah, you're having all the traffic this month. So as a YouTuber, you probably know that to some degree. But it's just live by the algorithm, die by the algorithm, and it's
also January. You'll notice a lot of content creators take January off because January is also the worst month for ad rates.
Yes,
right? You go from December, which is usually the best, to January, which is like absolutely the worst. It's like you lose like 40%. So some people are like, they'll rush and they'll put all the videos out in December and November. And then they're like, I'm going on vacation in January. See you in February. It's just like not even worth doing anything in January, you know?
Yeah, it is the best month to take off, you know, if you're a content creator of any stripe, you know, even for us, like, you know, as blog sites. January, February is usually the chill time, you know, but Xbox is kind of cutting through that now, because now every January it feels like by tradition,
which is great.
We are going to get.
This is literally what we asked for. Literally,
it is what
we asked for, because normally Microsoft's whole news cycle, you know, they would have bits of news throughout the year, but it was basically, if it was game related, you could only really point to one time on the calendar, which would be June for E3, and then you'd have to wait. You know, and I'm sure everyone remembers the memes that Xbox fans would say, wait for E3, wait for E3. If this E3 wasn't good, guess what? Wait for the next E3. And if that one wasn't good, we'll wait to the next one, right? But now, it's kind of crazy, because Xbox got all these studios, and it's like, you needed to do more. And now we can look forward to essentially this being the January Developer Direct _ by the way. It's canon, as I saw InXile say on Twitter. You gotta make sure you put the _ there. But yeah, you can look forward to Developer Direct at the beginning of the year, right? Which I think is great, because this gives you something to look forward to, something to talk about, some games to look at. Microsoft will talk a little bit about, maybe they won't talk about like their strategy at the show or whatever, but like, yeah, it's like, all right, we're going to get some stuff in the early part of the year. We'll get some stuff in the mid part of the year. I mean, they introduced the partner preview, or not partner preview, but partner program, or I forget what they called it last year. We'll probably get another one of those February, March timeframe for the games coming out between then and the showcase and E3.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they got, they hired like Tina Amini from IGN to do all this stuff. Like, I think it's great. Like, the fact
She's
that
delivering.
Yeah, the fact that we're gonna have a blowout in Indiana Jones, a game that if you would ask most Xbox fans when they thought that game was actually going to release, most people would be like 2025, 2026, right? But nah, you're actually gonna see it in in January, whatever the date is, 25th or 24th, and it sounds like it's actually releasing this year. I don't know did anybody have Indiana Jones releasing in 2024 on their bingo card?
I definitely did not. But
I certainly didn't.
Our old pal Shinobi suggested that, right?
Yeah, well, Shinobi's super tuned in. Like, if Shinobi says something, you can pretty much take it to the bank. I mean, not everybody's always 100% track record, but he's pretty good. His track record is up there. Special Nick's Special Nick's climbing out of that 0%. He's climbing up. He's getting there. Although when it comes to head-to-heads between you and Special Nick, he is winning, by the way.
Yeah, well, he doesn't disagree when I say something.
Hey, I mean, you even got like Mag. Now Mag from Cult Show X and C. He's now an insider, and he's saying that the Gears collection is being tested right now and stuff. And I'm sure there's probably maybe a question about that in the Patreon questions or whatever, because I didn't really have that in my notes. But I'm sure we'll talk about it. I'm sure somebody will mention it or whatever. But yeah, it's an exciting week. I'm really looking forward for the Developer Direct, and we will definitely talk about that and everything surrounding it in a little bit. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Make sure to hit the like button, please. Show your support. Hit the like button. It does a lot. Share this out. Let everybody know that we are live, because this is a Monday. Humdrum says Shinobi did not leak Indiana Jones being 2024. That was Tom Henderson. I know it was Tom, but Shinobi did say before that you would be surprised when it was releasing. And the fact that it's in a Developer Direct also strongly says that it's actually releasing this year, because I believe the Directs are kind of like, this is sort of a roadmap for the current calendar year. It was true last year. I don't really think they ditched that. Just to have Indiana Jones at the show in, say, 2025. So I think by the virtue of Indiana Jones being at the show, it implies that it is releasing this year. Now, of course, bumps in the development could happen. Game could get delayed, and we know games get delayed. I mean, we all know. Remember, Jez Corden in 2022, 100% lock. Starfield's releasing until it wasn't.
I said that.
You did say that.
Don't lie.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about?
That was like a speculative prediction at best.
Speculative. You weren't speculating, my friend.
100% was speculative. I had no sources on that. I always said I never had Bethesda.
I know,
sources.
but you were so confident in it, though. Like, if we were taking bets, you would have bet the farm and lost. Just like you did with the chip.
I don't know the farm.
Just like you did with that chip.
Chip. Oh, man. I forgot about that chip, man. That chip was cool. I want to do that again. Well, I don't know if we can now. I think they've been taken off sale for killing someone.
Yeah, well, that's really what happens when you eat a lot of them. But
one chip challenge. Let me see if the chip challenge. Oh no, you can still buy them in the UK.
Okay,
you can still buy them in the UK. So maybe me and Gaz could do like a anniversary one chip challenge or something. Oh, that'd be funny. If someone wants to clip this and send it to Gaz, I challenge you to an anniversary one chip challenge this summer.
Really? And Hargy?
Yeah, I do. And Hargy and all the dudes. Let's do it again. Maybe this time, like, do it for charity or something. But it was fun time. Yeah, I want to do it again. I want to see how I handle it second time around. But yeah, one chip challenge was fun. But anyways, yeah, it's there's a lot of positivity going on right now. Even though like there was a doom and gloom. There was a period of doom and gloom. You know, when we had like all the oh no, Xbox going third party stuff.
Period of doom and gloom. Like, you know, it's funny. If I remember, that was Friday, not this past week, but the week before, when that sort of information from Nate the Hate broke during our podcast, and we were playing like podcast telephone, remember? Because it was just like part of it, it wasn't all of it, and it was like blah blah blah, and we're trying to figure it out. So we already did talk about it, but I figured we'd talk about it some more. I don't know how much we'll talk about it, but it is like a topic for the thing. And it is kind of like a, like you have this really cool event this week, but for some people, there's this like black cloud looming. And it's just kind of like, they're worried that like Xbox is going to, they're going to show Hellblade and Indiana Jones, and then people are going to be like, yeah, that's cool. But when's it coming to PlayStation? Right? Like,
yeah.
That's what some people are worried about. But I'm going to get through some of these super chats and see what people got to say. We got Jay Rembert saying, it's crazy Xbox fans are being demonized because we're concerned our favorite brand would go third party. Trade that number one pick. # bear down. So that's a Chicago Bears reference, Trez, if you didn't get it. Because Jay's from Chicago.
I didn't get it.
And the Chicago Bears have the number one draft pick. Very much like how you had the number one pick in the Open Critic fantasy draft, right? And
see, we don't do that in Europe. We buy players.
I know you buy players. So the
hundreds
Bears,
of millions of pounds.
The Bears a couple years ago had traded for to get the high draft pick to get this guy called Justin Fields from Ohio State, who was supposed to be like a big star and lead the Bears to the promised land. But guess what? He didn't, and I don't know if he's actually any good. But his contract is kind of up, I believe, or they need to sign him to a new contract. And the Bears didn't do good this season, but they have the number one pick, and there's a really good quarterback in the draft. And the question is, a lot of Bears fans are asking on social media, should the Bears take this quarterback from USC, or should they trade the pick and get more and build around Justin Fields? And that's enough sports for the show, essentially. But that's us Bears fans, because we just we like a perennial loser, I guess. Because the Bears haven't won anything since 1985. Was the last time they won the Super Bowl. They've been back to the Super Bowl since then, but they lost to Peyton Manning. So yes, not only do the Chicagoans have to deal with this ridiculous weather and being super cold, we have to deal with most of our sports team being trash.
Why don't you just buy better players, bro?
Because I don't know, maybe nobody wants to come to Chicago. I don't know. But the point Jay's making is
Chicago, and we can hang out.
I don't know about you. I have seen this take on social media that somehow because some people will be like, wouldn't it be great if more people could play more games? And it's like, yeah, obviously. I mean, who's going to say no to the idea of more games on more platforms or whatever, right? But the idea that if it gets brought up is like those people be like, yeah, it's great. Hi-Fi Rush to PlayStation, Sea of Thieves to Switch or whatever it would be. That's great. That's great for more people. That's great for Microsoft. They can make more money. And if you argue against it, you're just a fanboy. I really hate that positioning in the argument by painting the opposition as lesser than, or immediately saying, like, if you oppose me, then you're just a console warrior, which I find anybody that does that is kind of bullshit, if you ask me, because you really don't want any sort of detractors or anybody to actually present you an argument why that actually might be a bad thing, because you're immediately painting the person who has the opposite argument as just an immature fanboy. And I think that's a horrible way to frame an argument.
No,
you know what I mean?
I've been thinking about writing about this because, like, a lot of people are just like, oh, Xbox fans are gatekeeping Starfield or Elder Scrolls or whatever. And it's really, really not about that. And I'm sure, like, yeah, there are some fans who are just like, they're looking at it from a psychological brand perspective. It's like, oh no, PlayStation gets one over on us, blah, 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 blah. But the reality of the matter is, there is a reasonable conclusion that it harms the Xbox brand, you know. And we all know that Xbox Game Pass is like supposedly how Microsoft wants to grow its brand. And we all know that today, the best way to experience Xbox Game Pass is on the console. It's not on cloud, it's not on PC, and it's on the exclusive Xbox console ecosystem. So if you start putting your Game Pass exclusives onto other platforms, it kind of undermines that whole sort of effort, right? And it kind of gets you to a point where, well, the only way PlayStation would allow Game Pass on their platform potentially is if they weren't in competition for hardware. So like it's not a stretch or an extrapolation necessarily to assume that we could end up in a slippery slope where we do end up where there's no more Xbox hardware. And that's what people are pushing against. People are pushing against the potentiality that it could lead to no more Xbox hardware. I don't think that's going to happen, though, even if they did go full third party, because Microsoft has some other plans, you know, which we'll talk about maybe later on in the show. But yeah, it's all fun and games, I guess.
Yeah, I really don't like when people paint like the opposite viewpoint as you know, like you're already wrong, or they presenting you as like you're just a fanboy. It's like, no, I can have a reasonably well thought argument against yours. The one that's, you know, you're wrong for saying that. And I've seen some people say that on social media. It's like, we should want everybody everywhere. And if you disagree with that, you're just a toxic console warrior. It's like, oh yeah, really? Is that true? Is that actually so, huh? So nobody can actually come up with a reasonable argument about why maybe that could be bad for competition or bad for the long-term viability of the Xbox brand. No, you're just a console fanboy. It's like, get out of your own ass. You know what I mean? Like, really, seriously. Yeah. Anyways.
It's super dismissive, and it's a way to undermine Xbox again and Xbox fans again. So I might write about this.
You should.
And sort of reset this narrative, because I don't like it, and it's bullshit.
It is. William Karuna says, the rumors regarding Xbox third party seems to have snowballed. Now folks are saying Avowed, Hellblade 2, indie, everything. How does Microsoft reaffirm case by case? I mean, we'll see. The thing with Phil is that Phil always does interviews. He's always out there talking to publications. Somebody's going to ask him. I don't know, maybe somebody will ask him about the rumors, so to speak. And the rumors could be true. Like, obviously, we'll talk about it more in depth later. But I think some people are operating under the assumption that it is true. And it very well could be, and others are operating under the idea that it isn't true and it's just a bunch of bullshit. So I don't know what that says about people, about whether they would immediately believe rumors or whether they wouldn't. Usually for me, it comes down to track record of the person saying it. Like, if you're just like a nobody and you're saying this, I kind of look at it and be like, well, that's kind of iffy. But if you're someone actually with the track record, I'd be like, well, you know, the guy's been right most of the time. Not everybody's always going to be right. But
at the end of the day, Tim Stewart himself said it, right? Tim Stewart, the CFO of Xbox, he said it in the Wells Fargo investor meeting. We're going to be more present on other platforms than ever before, and we're going to bring our exclusives to other platforms. He basically said it himself, right? I'm paraphrasing there. I don't have the exact quote, but he started this. He started this whole drama by being frank about Xbox's thought process, and he didn't misspeak. You know, they are definitely thinking about this stuff, which is why I don't mind the rumors being out there, because I think it's really important that Microsoft hears what our opinions and feelings are about this, if they're even thinking about it, whether or not it happens or not is kind of irrelevant. It's important that they hear how people feel about this, and if they do come to do it, how they're going to position it, what kind of games are going to be going across, how does it make sense, and how do you present that to the core fans, which make Xbox what it is today. The only reason Xbox has a brand is because of the fans who support the platform, evangelize the platform, recommend the platform to their friends and all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff should not be taken for granted by Xbox. So I'm completely fine with these rumors being out there, and that Xbox can actually hear how people are going to potentially react to this when they actually do or do not go through with it. So obviously, harassment's not okay, and being super pissed off about it's it's still only games at the end of the day. But respectful feedback, framing it respectfully, I think absolutely is important, and we shouldn't shy away from that.
No. Microsoft, you can say this is one of the best things about them or one of the worst, right? But they listen to what the community says. And we've seen them pull back on things when it got too far in one direction, like the Xbox Live Gold price increase of a few years ago when they were like, hey, well, guess what? Prices increased. People were not having it. They pulled back on it, right? But also, hey, people were vocal about the price increase in Brazil. But did that change anything? No, because at the end of the day, Microsoft's a business and they're going to make business moves, right? Some things you might be able to change, some things you aren't going to be able to. But I think it's also important for Microsoft to see the conversation, because they're watching and listening. They might think, you know what? Maybe we can't do this. Maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we do it for this one, but we kind of hold off plans on the other. Or it could just be, this is business at the end of the day, and we're going to do it regardless of what fans think about it. But, I think internally there's a struggle, Jez. I think internally there is a struggle between ideologies of what to do.
There definitely is.
I think one part of it is because Xbox has a lot of cooks in the kitchen, right? And Phil is always someone who takes a lot of, he wants to know what people are saying and what their thought processes are. So I think internally there's a head-to-head battle between, people maybe on the financial side, like Tim Stewart. Like, if you want to make Tim Stewart's job easier, since he's the CFO, right? He's probably like, I would rather have these games everywhere, because I'll make more. We'll make more money and make my job easier. To talk to Amy Hood or whatever. And I'm sure there are people that want their games in more places and whatnot. But I know there's also other people at Xbox that really want everything locked down. We need to lock this down. We need to make Xbox a destination for people who want to play great experiences on Game Pass, and they feel that putting games on other platforms would basically erode that trust between them and the consumer, and essentially, you can make the argument, and I think it's true, if you look at the three platforms out there, you can say that Xbox is the least desirable out of the three. And I think most people would agree with that statement. It is, right? Just judging from, you can look at all the different metrics. Usually the sales is one of them, and you say it's the least desirable one people want to go and purchase. Now, Xbox might actually have more monthly active users than PlayStation and Nintendo, and their revenue will be, equivalent to PlayStation. So, obviously, in that regard, they're doing fine. But it's something like you want to spend $500 or $300 on it, it's the least desirable. Some people at Xbox might feel like you don't want to introduce also a question mark now into your exclusive roadmap about what will and what isn't going to come. So I think there's that struggle between the people that want their games in more places and the people that want to double down and make Xbox that preferred destination for other people. How's this going to play out, right? One of the things I think we mentioned.
I think. Sorry, not to cut you off, but just on that point of people there's a tug of war about it. I feel like even Microsoft, even individuals are in two minds about it, because we've heard Phil literally say in an interview, and this was a long time ago, in 2020, I think, when he talked about putting Ori on Nintendo Switch, and he was saying how we don't want to do this regularly. We think it confuses people, and and stuff like that. So you got to presume that maybe even Phil himself is in two minds about this, because clearly at one point or another, Phil thought maybe this isn't such a good idea, and then we can see the detriment. I think one of the reasons why Xbox doesn't do well compared to PlayStation in raw hardware sales, not that it really matters when we're talking about monthly active users these days, but as a business. But I think one of the reasons why it doesn't do so well is because the Xbox hardware is because the games are on PC. You can't just go fully over to PC and have a complete Xbox experience by playing their games on PC, and they all work well, and it's not like a degraded experience. And I think for a lot of people that kind of reduces the need to buy an Xbox in the first place. So that's one major reason why Xbox doesn't do as well as PlayStation in terms of hardware sales. Is that reason alone? Like, even before we talk about the desirability of PlayStation, the brand and stuff like that, But it also makes Microsoft a lot of money. Like, you can't deny the numbers here. You can't deny the success of games like Sea of Thieves or Starfield on PC. Like the Steam released, or so there was some analysis. I can't remember the exact source of it, but there was there was analysis of how much money all the major games made last year, and it was Starfield
Steam,
was
right?
one of the on Steam. Yeah,
it was like the third. It was like $225 million. It was like the third highest revenue game on Steam, which I think is pretty damn good considering it was available for free on the Windows Store, right?
Yeah, so it's available for free with Game Pass, and it was available on Xbox, and and despite that, people still preferred to buy it on Steam. So that's like $250 million Microsoft probably wouldn't have had, or at least a vastly reduced amount. I do know some people who bought an Xbox just for Starfield. But like, in terms of margin, Microsoft probably would have preferred those users just to get it on PC. Because if they are someone who buys an Xbox just to buy Starfield, they might as well not have bought an Xbox at all, because there's no profit on buying an Xbox by itself. You have to really make money on an Xbox or a PlayStation sale. You need people who are fully invested in the ecosystem, regularly buying games, regularly buying microtransactions. If they're only buying it for one or two games, it's potentially a net loss versus just buying it on Steam. So the numbers make complete sense, but then you start thinking about the long-term damage and all these other factors, So they just need to be careful about the way they go about it. And I think, like, even if Sony does it eventually, because like I say, the numbers don't lie, and it's a business at the end of the day. So even Sony's got to be thinking about the potential that day one releases could have on their operating margins, or their and their profitability. They've got to be thinking about this stuff, because the numbers do not lie. And I think when it does become a numbers game, then that's the issue. But the problem, I suppose, could be if Xbox does it but Sony doesn't. That's when we start to see this damage to the Xbox brand, at least on the face of it. Maybe Sony's hoping that they can weather the storm, and get away with it long enough that it completely precludes Xbox from making hardware. But I don't think it will. I think eventually Sony's going to do day and date on PC as well. They won't have a choice, because, like I say, 250 million Starfield on Steam. That could have been Sony in that top 10 leaderboard with some of its games that they've been launched day and day on PC, instead of way after the fact with when the marketing cycles ended.
And who's to say that they won't start putting their live service games on Xbox sometime after they release them on PlayStation as a way to get more revenue? I mean, I know
MLB,
you can point to
Marathon.
MLB right now, and I know that's not exactly. Like, I think they were forced to do that by MLB, right, to retain the license. So it's not like an apples to apples thing. But I guarantee you, they probably never made more money on the MLB, like that game. They're probably making more money right now in MLB than they ever have before.
I agree.
And when you look at it, it's like, did that hurt the PlayStation? Did that hurt PlayStation by releasing that game everywhere? No, it didn't. People don't talk about MLB anymore like they used to. But it didn't hurt them from releasing it everywhere. So there's always like, hey, they got Fair Games and Concord coming. Who's to say, Concord doesn't come to Xbox 2 years later as a live service thing. I mean, you got Marathon day one, and you never know how the industry is going to change 5, 10, 15 years from this point. We could be 15 years from now, and it could be like, all right, guess what? I'm turning on my Xbox cloud device, and oh, look at this. Nintendo just put Mario on my Xbox because, the walls are down because the regulators decided that, this was a course of action. And now I can play PlayStation games on my Xbox and Nintendo games on my Xbox, and they could play Xbox games on Nintendo. Or, like, who knows how the industry will go? I think it's going to be a very, very interesting future in regards to that. But anyways, we got Supernova says, Jez, what happened to the shrimp? Nick hated the shrimp thing. He's very vocal about it. So you don't really do the shrimp thing anymore. Daswell Gordon says, good evening, lads. This one is for Jez. Want to elaborate on your Final Fantasy tweet from last night? Oh, Final Fantasy.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What'd you say about Final Fantasy? What do you say?
I just said if Final Fantasy 16 does come to Xbox, then
it will. It 100% will.
People should support it. They
should. I mean, should they?
No hint there.
Look, I played Final Fantasy 16 on PlayStation, right? Because I wanted to play it day one and I wasn't gonna wait. If it comes to Xbox and I don't play it or I don't get it, will you be mad at me?
Yes.
You will, even though I already bought it and I already played through it on PlayStation when it came out, you would be mad at me.
Yes, you got to do achievements and the DLC.
So I got to play the game again, and I got to buy it again, and I got to play through it again.
Yes.
And
I think you will.
Will I? I'd be more interested in Final Fantasy VII Remake. It is interesting how the exclusivity dates for each one of those games has gotten less, gotten shorter and shorter. Final Fantasy VII Remake was a year, and then it came to PC, and everyone was hoping it came to Xbox, but it hasn't yet. Final Fantasy 16 was, I think, 6 months, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I believe, is 3 months, right? So I would, if you're, I think Final Fantasy 16 is 6 months. I could be wrong on that, but I have a pretty good feeling Final Fantasy 16, at least of the ones that aren't on Xbox, will make its way over. Probably even this year. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Final Fantasy 16 come in like the 1 year anniversary, or maybe a little bit after their big. I think there's big DLC coming for that game. But I feel pretty good about Final Fantasy 16 coming to Xbox, and I think it'll be this year. Remake, on the other hand, I don't think Sony would want that game to come out in the same year that the Rebirth is, but I do feel like those games, unless like Rebirth is completely locked, or Remake is completely locked down, like contractual wise, like they literally can't.
I don't think it is. I've got evidence.
I like this.
Tentatively. I got evidence tentatively. Yeah. I got evidence tentatively that there are discussions about Final Fantasy VII for Xbox.
Of course.
But I do agree with you that Sony probably wouldn't want... maybe Sony and Square Enix both wouldn't want to take the shine off Rebirth right now by announcing Final Fantasy VII Remake for Xbox, but I do think it'll happen.
Because in my mind, I'm imagining Final Fantasy Remake launching on Switch 2 and Xbox. Right? Because that's Switch 2, there's rumors out there about Switch 2, about how it's PS4 level power, which some people are like, ew, but I was thinking like, man, PS4 level power, you can do some really cool stuff with the PS4 level power. I mean, Final Fantasy VII Remake was a PS4 game,
Dude, I really need to throw this in there. This is how much of the discourse is a fucking bubble, right?
Okay.
Most people are still on PS4. Most people are still on Xbox One.
Well, I don't know about Xbox One, but I don't know about PS4 either, bro. Sorry.
No, it's true.
I don't know.
It is true. It's in those Sony slides, man. Or it's at least 60-40. There are millions of people still on PS4. FIFA, Call of Duty, all these games still get updated on PS4. So like, to scoff at a PS4 level handheld is absolutely dumb as hell. And that is just pure Twitter bubbleism. And the Asus ROG Ally and the Z1 Extreme, I think that's like barely PS4 level. You know, I mean, it depends on the game. It's obviously not apples to apples, but like God of War, for example, runs way better on PS4 than it does on the Asus ROG Ally. You know, and that could partially be like a porting issue or whatever, optimization, whatever you want to call it. But like, there's still plenty of reasons to get a PS4. So if they are making like a optimized PS4 level handheld, that will do really well for Nintendo, man. So, and also they'll get all those games from the Xbox One and PS4 generation in a back catalog for people who don't want to be in any other ecosystem. Maybe they only care about Nintendo games. So that's going to be huge, man. So the fact that it's PS4 level, that's not an issue at all.
Yeah, plus like
anyone that thinks it is smoking
the Nintendo first party games are always highly stylized. So
yeah, you wouldn't even need to do stylized.
Well, I'm even like I know, but I'm looking at it like you could say Final Fantasy has dropped off this generation. I really do think the exclusivity that they enacted with PlayStation ended up harming the Final Fantasy brand overall by limiting it to one console.
Not even doing simultaneous.
Not even doing simultaneously PC release. I think was a mistake. But hey, you take the money from PlayStation. You basically you reap what you sow, and with how popular the Switch is in Japan and stuff. And I mean, we're in a situation now that Persona is literally going to be multi-platform. Who'd have thought today, right? Like when Persona 6 comes out, it'll be on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and Switch. And like, God forbid if all of a sudden now Persona is bigger than Final Fantasy. I don't know if anybody would have that on their bingo card at some point, but yeah. So like, I do think Square is going to want to bring Final Fantasy VII Remake and its sequel to the Switch too, because it could run it, and there's probably an audience there for it. And at the same time, we put it on Xbox, and Microsoft can market it, or maybe drop them a big Game Pass check or something, and they can get paid again. But yeah, as it comes to Final Fantasy 16, I think it's going to happen. I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't think there's any contractual stuff, so maybe that happens. Maybe we see it at Xbox's showcase in the summer. There's like a trailer for Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah. I've bitched about it, but not being like more tactical and not more like Devil May Cry or whatever, but I'm still intrigued to play it. I've still got so much nostalgia for this Final Fantasy brand, and I think a lot of people do too. But like, they can't access that nostalgia if it's not even on PC or the platforms they play on.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pure insanity, and that's mismanagement from Sony and not Sony, Square Enix, and maybe arrogance from Square Enix. But hopefully they can move past that. And stop, being addicted to the short-term gains and think more long-term, think of the future and stuff. Yeah, but we'll see. They said they're going to support Xbox more. We got Final Fantasy 14 coming to the platform. Final Fantasy 14
it's coming soon, right? Isn't like a beta coming soon and stuff?
Yeah, beta in February, I think, if off the top of my head. So, Final Fantasy 14 is a good console MMO. It's solid. It's not as good as WoW, but what is, right? But it's a solid game, so dude, I'm excited to see that on the platform, and I'll probably be playing it more because it's on Xbox, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. Elijah Vasquez, member for 16 months, says, "Boys, good luck in the Xbox 2 draft. Hope you guys stay safe and have a good podcast." If this goes well, we could open it up to a lot more people next time. We'll actually know what they're doing. I think I did see that Grub's fantasy draft actually broke the website because they had like 80 people in theirs or something.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, something like that.
That's really funny. Well, I suppose we could reach out to the platform and be like, if we put like 1,000 people in this, is it gonna blow up your website? So yeah, we can look at that stuff. But if it's successful, we'll definitely open up to more people, and we'll have some like prizes and stuff. Maybe I'm gonna put up a headset or something for this year's fantasy draft. But next year we'll go harder on it if it goes well. It's quite fun. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying it.
Hover, he says, Jez's arrival sparked Iceland's fury, unleashing lava and ash to reset the land. Winky emoji.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it's crazy. Like, there's been another volcanic eruption in the middle of, next to a fairly big town in Iceland called Grindavik. So it's popping off there, man. It's crazy. Everything's evacuated. I think one person has been killed, though. or lost in the chaos. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Big Fresh says, Jezzy, is there any updates on Certain Affinity's Monster Hunter like? Is it still alive? A lot of talk going around Certain Affinity these days, huh?
Yeah, so I mean, to put some context on this, Certain Affinity's project Tatanka is supposedly cancelled, which is not completely unexpected, because the builds hadn't been updated for several years. Like the reason we knew about Tatanka in the first place was because of the Halo API and the build trackers that people set up. And there was a build for Tatanka, a bunch of code leaked for it. We got an idea of how it plays, what APIs they were creating for stat tracking and all that kind of stuff. So, but the builds hadn't been updated for like literally years, and that probably scans. I think either Tatanka's dead or it's evolved into something else completely.
I think it's evolved into something else.
Yeah, because, and why do you think that, Ran?
Well, there was an interview with the head of Certain Affinity in November, and I remember this because we talked about it on the podcast. He had mentioned that one of their games was going to be revealed in December, and people had speculated that that maybe that's Project Suerte, right? But nothing ever came in December. But in that interview, he said that their biggest project is still with 343, and that they're deepening their relationship with them. You know, because they also have that other game, Project Lobo, that they showed off at Gamescom, and then whatever else this code dev game is. But their big project is still with 343, presumably Halo related. So yeah, they worked for some time on this Halo BR, Tatanka. And it does seem like Tatanka was shelved or canceled. Maybe it's just too late to do a BR at this point, or maybe because they got rid of the campaign team at 343 when Microsoft did their layoffs early last year, and they had new leadership come in, right? Because that game by Certain Affinity, the Battle Royale, would have been started and approved by previous management at 343, like Bonnie Ross and the people there. Basically, because of what happened, Microsoft cleaned house, got rid of all the upper management at 343, and you got Pierre now in there running things. Maybe his vision of what to do with the Halo multiplayer or Halo in general changed, and there really was no longer a need or a want for a Battle Royale, but there still was need for Halo content. So I could see them easily transitioning or repurposing some of the stuff for the Battle Royale into something else, whether maybe they're making a new single player to go along with the next Halo game or what have you, right? Those are just like speculation, but it does still seem, at least as of November, that they're still working with 343. As they said, they're deepening their relationship. So I wonder how that all plays out. And I am kind of bummed about this, honestly, because I felt like Halo BR was going to be the thing that got me back into Halo, like with my friends at least, because I've mentioned before how my friends are very much really, really good, and it's not fun playing with them at all in most multiplayer games, especially that are skill-based matchmaking, because you just, I'm not what I once was. I used to be really good at competitive multiplayer games, not anymore. I've gotten old. Reflexes have waned, and Magic and Maka are just really good at what they do. And I just can't keep up. So the people they pair us with, I'm just like, I'm struggling to go 2-15, and I feel like I'm letting everybody down, because they're just better than me. But yeah. I was like, oh, BR is something we all loved. I mean, 900 hours in PUBG, 200 plus hours in Warzone. Like, we loved it so much. It was like, everybody was like, yeah, a BR for Halo, how it could work, and doesn't seem like
you
it's
get
actually
to play with like complete randoms too when you play BR. So it's like, it's not so skills. It's ironically, even though it's like really high stakes, it can be less sweaty because of the lack of skill-based matchmaking. It's weird how that's evolved over time with the skill-based matchmaking and stuff.
But I think this goes to maybe even a broader discussion of like your previous leaks, because I did see you discuss this with Destin, right? You know, like where they are they still active? Are they still with Xbox? Like, obviously, there's like Project Typhoon, which became Contraband. And I know, like, there's rumors that Contraband might release this year. It's looking good. Mag was talking about that, but who knows if the information's legit. I know you reached out to Xbox PR a couple months ago to ask about Contraband, and because people were like, wait a minute, where'd it go? Where'd Contraband go? Is it still being worked on? And their answer was yes, it's still a thing. Do we see Contraband this year? Does it release this year? Does it release next year? Right? So that was one. There's Project Typhoon. And I'm sure there's plenty of others. One of them I think was like Aura, right? I forget the code, your code name for Aura History Untold.
I can't remember.
I don't even know if you remember that. But there was
Indus? I think it was Indus.
Maybe it was Indus. Off the top of my head, there's Project Dragon, which was the IO Interactive thing, which you know they did sort of announce, but they changed it to Project Fantasy, and you weren't too sure if that was still which Xbox. But according to the document leaks, at least at some point recently, it still was, because it was there, right? We saw it in the Xbox documentation.
FTC stuff. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, the FTC stuff, but not the stuff we were supposed to see. This was the stuff that they leaked on mistake.
By mistake.
Yeah. So it was still there, or at least whatever those documents were. I forget like how long ago those documents. I think they were from March of 2022 or May of 2022. So maybe there's some, it's still with that. You would think so.
I would think so. Yeah.
What are some other ones? Like there's the Project Suerte, which is the Monster Hunter game that you and Jeff Grubb talked about.
Just to answer the guy's question about Suerte, I haven't heard anything recently about Suerte, which was, what his question was. The only thing I had on Suerte really was the leaks that also included. It was like a cache of information. It also included, and it was being shared all over Discord. So it was like it was Project Typhoon. It was Minecraft Legends. It was Project Typhoon being Contraband. I mean, and it was Project Dragon, and it was also Suerte and some other stuff that I can't remember off the top of my head. And some stuff, but some of the stuff from that whole thing we've now confirmed not to be associated with Xbox, and one of them is PAX Day, which is sort of like a city builder MMO, kind of similar to Valheim, kind of medieval, kind of fantasy city builder kind of deal. That's not with Xbox, even though like at one point it was associated with Microsoft and Xbox by Mainframe Games, I think they're called. So yeah, plans can change, plans can evolve, budget cuts can happen, and Microsoft be like, well, we got to cut this game, stuff whatever. Or maybe they're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't cover this game, and you just don't know. It's like it's never an exact science when it comes to leaking stuff, especially when it's like ahead of time. Like people often ask me about the Dead Rising stuff, because I said previously on Twitter that I'd heard there was a new Dead Rising being worked on, and I haven't heard anything about it since then. I'm confident in the sourcing on that. But I was also told that it was super early and maybe I shouldn't have said anything. So, probably won't hear anything about Dead Rising again for a long time, maybe even until it's announced. But that's the issue when you're discussing projects that are like super early. Plans can and do and will change heavily. So
yeah.
Suerte, I don't fancy Suerte's chances, man. If we don't know what Suerte is. It kind of sounded like a Monster Hunter clone-ish kind of game. Not a clone, maybe, but like riffing on Monster Hunter. But if that's launching, in a Monster Hunter Wilds world, and if Monster Hunter Wilds is good, I don't see Suerte moving the needle. Unless it's like free to play and stuff. But then like even like Dauntless, which is a free to play Monster Hunter game from Epic Games, I'm pretty sure that game's pretty much dead, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, man. But there's so much stuff that they could be working on. There's stuff we don't know about. Studios, second party, third party, whatever you want to call it, working on with Microsoft exclusive and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's cool.
Silas, member for 2 months, says, "Hey Rand, do you hire snow removal person to take care of your driveway and helicopter pad, or do you do it yourself? Helicopter pad. You got a snowblower, you got a shovel. If times snowblower doesn't work, so don't pay for anybody for that. Dizzy says, "Hi everyone, long time no see. Few questions. Indiana Jones game in first person or third person? Will there be any gameplay of Hellblade 2? I know it's only dev talk from that info we have, but we need gameplay." We will talk about that when we get to that segment. We'll go over everything there about like what we think Indiana Jones might be in the Hellblade 2 stuff. So don't worry, that your question will be answered. James Wiseau says, "Glad to be back in the country and back live. Glad you guys like my fantasy ideas. Should be lots of fun. Also, congrats to Jez on his next step to becoming a content creator, podcaster extraordinaire. You're making the rounds, doing big things. Doing big things."
I'm trying.
Dizzy says, "My God, that ad read voice from Jez. It's just beautiful." That is very good. That's why we decided he's the one to do it.
When I don't fuck it up.
Yeah, when you don't screw it up. Achievement says, "Who wins in a fight, Joanna Dark or Lara Croft?"
Lara Croft. You mean Lara Croft? Bro.
Lara
Croft.
I go with Lara. I think she'd win. Like, I think Joanna would.
Dark's got gadgets though.
She's got gadgets, but I feel like I guess it depends on where the fight takes place. But I feel like Lara would be a better fighter. Where like Joanna Dark would rely too much on gadgets, and if you're in the wilderness, maybe like
in the wilderness, Lara would win.
Yeah.
But in an urban setting, maybe
Joanna would win because she could set up some turrets and things. So I guess it depends. Supernova says, "Who is closer, buying Crystal Dynamics, Eidos, Japanese studios, or launching Elder Scrolls 6? I mean, I guess they said what is closer, them buying those or launching Elder Scrolls 6 is supposed to be a 2028 release, which is 4 years from now. And I can't see Microsoft not acquiring a single studio between now and then. So I would imagine that's happening.
I'll be 40 years old playing Elder Scrolls 6.
You will, and then you'll be 45 playing Fallout 5.
Bro, you'll be like 70.
Bro, I don't even want to think about it.
If we're even alive.
The interesting thing is Microsoft's still not done with the FTC yet. There's still stuff going on with the FTC.
Yeah, we've all like moved on.
Everybody's moved on. It was like, we won, it's over. But they're still dealing with that stuff.
That's why I haven't truly lost the bet.
Well, it's also I wonder if they're being a little bit careful with the Activision. Like, as part of this developer direct, they did make sure to mention no Activision stuff would be there. I wonder if they're a little bit more cautious about like games they can or can't drop because of the ongoing threat of the FTC.
Maybe they're cautious about acquisitions in general because of that.
Well, I do believe that they did not expect this pushback from this acquisition.
No.
But I mean, at the same time,
it makes no sense.
At the same time, did you see what Sega did?
No.
They essentially moved their arcade business outside of their main video game business.
They had previously signaled they were going to do that.
And it really does seem like they're kind of shaping up to be acquired. Like they're kind of moving things around that a potential acquisition, a potential suitor would want. Like, oh, get rid of your pachinko business, get rid of this. We only really want this. It kind of seems that way to a certain extent. Obviously Sarah Bond, like I think, and the new person who's now in charge, I think, Sarah Bond said, "Hey, congrats." I mean, we know they wanted Sega at one point. It was literally in the documentation. Phil went to approval for the board, and I think it did get approved because you saw Sega make some moves to sort of make them more enticing. And I don't know what happened. I mean, eventually, I think they went and got Bethesda.
ABK happened.
Well, I think was the time frame. Was it after Bethesda or was it before Bethesda?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously ABK happened, way, but
I would get Bethesda and ABK over Sega, but Sega would be a solid get, I think, if they were
Sega
more streamlined. And that's
more streamlined, and I think they still make a lot of business sense from the things that Microsoft's trying to do, right? But
there's a lot of. I feel like there's a lot of mobile potential with Sega. They've just launched a Sonic game exclusive to Apple Arcade, which is supposedly pretty good.
Is it?
I mean,
An actual good Sonic
supposedly.
game?
I mean, for Apple Arcade game,
Oh,
I
okay.
guess.
Apple. Okay.
But clearly that's what they're exploring. Is like you have to think of a lot of Microsoft's future moves are gonna have a mobile context, right? So like if Microsoft wants to build up a stable of exclusive mobile games using IP like Sonic, that would be the play, right? Um, so yeah, it kind of does make sense in that context, but
Just a
who
matter
knows
of,
what happened?
did they get cold feet? Did the ABK thing kind of put them off acquiring large publishers? I was of the opinion that, if you could get ABK through, then you should be able to get anybody else throughout, unless they're like really big like EA or Take-Two, you might have a problem with, but someone like Sega,
Well,
it's like, you should be able to, but maybe they feel differently. I don't know.
I mean, you have to consider like how much of how much how much costs were incurred by all the FTC bullshit, because that would have had to. They probably had a budget of like, okay, we'll need this much for legal fees, but then all the stuff that happened, all the drama and the regulatory back and forth, it was probably way more than they expected. It probably cost like millions and millions of extra dollars in terms of having to pay the lawyers, flying around the world, and all that kind of stuff, hotels and takeaways, McDonald's,
Yeah.
them McDonald's bills are serious, bro. They stack up, bro. So
Are you
but
saying are you saying that you think maybe Microsoft lost their appetite on acquisitions?
I mean, it's probably a consideration. They're probably like, right, let's deal with the FTC first before we go further. But again, total speculation. They've still got like a huge merger and acquisitions team, but they haven't made an acquisition for quite a while. I mean, in the before the ABK days, it felt like Microsoft were acquiring stuff left, right, and center. And like with regards to OpenAI, they've instead of outright buying OpenAI, they did this like weird sort of minority shareholder thing with them, and I bet your ass Microsoft regrets not having OpenAI as a full-blown enterprise as part of their company now, because that's kind of like negatively impacting them in a way. The right now they've got a kind of relationship with them that they had with Nokia, and we all know how that turned out, right?
Yeah.
Nokia and Microsoft were basically fighting each other for features and stuff, and they weren't working that well together on Windows Phone, which is one of the issues. Like Microsoft was trying to do all this stuff with Windows Phone, and Nokia was like, "Well, we're going to do this with it," and it became a big issue. And we're seeing the same thing play out with OpenAI right now, because OpenAI has got its own subscription service for ChatGPT, and the Microsoft like, we'll offer ChatGPT for free, So, and OpenAI claims that's not affecting their bottom line, but as more people realize that they can get ChatGPT for totally for free with Windows, that's got to be something that will become more of an issue for them over time. But I don't know, man. It's all messed up. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in Microsoft's legal department or the mergers acquisitions department and thinking about like what's their strategy is for future acquisitions, because they did say they want to do more acquisitions, and if they are going to be building this mobile game store and they do want it to become the Steam of this new world where you can install whatever app store you want on your phone, they need content, man. You need to be able to teach your users that there is another way to get games on iOS, which is completely, alien to the way iPhone has worked for millions of years and Android too. You're going to need a lot of education, and its user acquisition costs will be very high. So you need a lot of IP in order to do that. Clearly, they've got Fortnite on board already, because you said, I don't know if you saw Tim Sweeney throwing shade at Apple and Google this week when Microsoft won its we are now the world's most valuable company thing.
Yeah.
So you can bet that all of Epic Games' games will be on the Microsoft App Store for phones. You can bet on that. But they're gonna need more, man. They're gonna need way more than what they've got now. They need Riot Games on board, probably. They need like a lot of the Asian developers on board. They'll probably need PUBG. PUBG Mobile's still really big, even though It's kind of waned on console. It's still really big on mobile. A lot of these Korean kind of games, Japanese games, gacha games, Genshin Impact. They need Genshin Impact on their store for sure. You know, Honkai Star Rail. How are they going to achieve all this, bro? If they're not going to spend the moolah to do it. You know, it's fun, man. I'm excited.
You got to spend money to make money.
Yeah, you got to spend money to make money, baby. I'm excited about all this stuff, man. I really am. And if we get Genshin Impact on the Microsoft Gaming mobile store, do we get it on Xbox too? You know, there's that kind of stuff to consider as well. Super interesting, man. It's super duper interesting.
Yeah, well, Supernova also mentioned Crystal Dynamics and Eidos, and the further we go and Microsoft doesn't try to get them, I'm just kind of like, man, am I going to wake up one day and like
that shut down?
Yeah, like because like Embracer seems to be doing that to most of their studios lately. I think there was even another one that they just kind of laid off a whole bunch of people or something.
They effectively shut down the studio that made Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
Oh yeah, and which I think that was a successful game. And even the industry, like, what was it? Twitch laid off 35% of its staff or something.
It wasn't that much.
Wasn't that much?
It was a significant amount.
It was like 300 people or something.
Yeah, Discord laid off 17% of their workforce.
Yeah. Somebody laid off 35% or something recently. There's like
maybe it was Twitch.
There's too many, but it's just like Twitch laid off a whole bunch of people, and like it's like what the hell? And it's like, Twitch has never been profitable ever, in the entire time. And I know people are like, bring back Mixer. Like Mixer was a disaster for Microsoft. Like it's probably smart that they got out of that as fast as they did, right? Because that was going literally nowhere, and you were just going to shovel money into an open oven to burn it, right? But like Twitch has never made any money, and I think the only reason they can kind of do what they do is because of Amazon, but Amazon seems to be tightening their belts a little bit, so I don't know what the future of Twitch holds. I honestly don't know. I mean, but like people thought maybe 2024 would be better for developers and layoffs, but it started off pretty bad, and you got the Embracer stuff, and we got the two studios that are working on Xbox games, and it's like, what's the holdup? What are you waiting for? Are they like not trying to? It's like if maybe they have the rock iron, like solid contracts where it's like, okay, they're working on Perfect Dark, so there's no Crystal Dynamics ain't getting close. They're also working on Tomb Raider for Amazon, so they're fine. Like we don't need to acquire them right now. And Eidos, I think they're working on a Deus Ex game, but then they're also supposedly support on Fable, which is still some ways away, probably next year. But I don't know, those are also two studios that it's like I don't really think you can afford to lose. So it's kind of like you need to make sure that you grab those if there's any a chance that like things go more wrong with Embracer, as it were, right?
Yeah.
Let's see, we got Face BKNY who donates a very generous $100 to read us Tom Warren's tweet from the other day, where he said, Game Pass subs already dried up on console a long time ago. You don't get growth through just targeting console sales. The next Xbox is a hybrid ARM architecture. That should tell you everything you need to know over where Microsoft sees its Game Pass Xbox future. Tweet from Tom Warren. So what does that mean, Jez? That the next Xbox is hybrid ARM, and that tells you everything you need to know. What does that exactly mean?
It's kind of hard to really speculate on this because it could mean literally anything. One of the things that is new for this year. Previously, Qualcomm had exclusive rights to develop chips for Windows-based systems. Xbox is a Windows-based system. So as we move to 2024, 2025, that license has expired, which means now potentially we could see ARM processors with Zen cores, like AMD making an ARM processor, right? So like the thing about having ARM architecture on the thing, that could just be for the operating system portion of the system, because as we know, Microsoft operates this hybridized platform where the operating system is in a separate hypervisor partition to exclusive resource access, or ERA, which is where the games run, right? And I am a complete layman. And I don't fully understand how all this works. It's super techy and all that kind of stuff. But if I had to imagine, like, if it's a hybridized system, you could have one half of the system potentially running your mobile kind of games. You know, your Hearthstones, your Diablo Immortals, and all these kind of mobile-ish games. Maybe even Genshin Impact. And like, you can say to a dev, port your Android version to Xbox, and it'd be really easy because we don't have to. We've got the architecture already in place on the box. ARM64, you won't have to compile it again. While on the other side of the system, you keep the AMD stuff, and you still have x86 for your Xbox games, your backwards compatibility. But I just can't help but think, like, how expensive would a system like that be? You know, how expensive would a system that has basically running two separate cores, you know, and all that kind of stuff? Because if you are running a system that only has ARM64, you'd have to do some kind of emulation for x86, which is like every game that exists on Xbox today. You know, as far as I'm aware, that would need some kind of emulation. So if there aren't those Zen cores on the box, but I think like with the license for Qualcomm expiring, there could be an AMD ARM chip in there. I have no idea. There's like these rumors that Nvidia and AMD are now looking at developing ARM chips for Windows-based systems. Who knows, man? But I think like the fact, if it is ARM64, that again, that entices developers like HoYoverse to make versions of their game potentially for Xbox without having to port it. Although there's already an x86 version of Genshin Impact, so that's a bad example. But other games, you know. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Would this
We'll see what happens.
Was this more of a mobile play? Is this also like, hey, maybe that's Microsoft could make a Nintendo Switch-like device? I know a lot of people always point to like, why don't you put a Series S into a handheld essentially?
Yeah, I mean,
and have
there's that aspect of it too.
Yeah.
You could say to devs like, look, if you don't need the full blown AMD cores, you could make a more efficient game, compile it for ARM64, a game that'll run on all these other devices, also run on a handheld version, you know, or maybe offer developers the opportunity to do those ports themselves. Like some engines like Unity do offer that capability to compile for x86 and ARM64. Like there's a whole lot of aspects to this, which again, I don't fully understand. But if it is this hybridized system, you know, you do potentially get like this family of devices where it's like you can have a super efficient, good battery life handheld that runs ARM64, and that maybe they compile some of their games for ARM64 natively, you know, and you make a system like that. Or, you know, you have like your Zen cores for backwards compatibility, but then you don't necessarily need the Zen cores on the handheld stuff, you know. And like Risky for the Biscuits chat, why are we talking about Xbox making a less powerful console? That's not what this means, man. That's not what this means. You can still have a system that runs both environments potentially using the hypervisor or something. You know, you could still have like the hardcore, get the full blown x86 super duper 4K 120 hertz games, and then you get like your ARM cores for like that portion of the business. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a less powerful console. So that's the problem with some of these leaks. Is people assume things. They assume that ARM64 means that it's going to be less powerful. That's not what it means, man. It's not what it means. You can see, look at what Apple is doing with ARM. You know, you only need to look at what Apple's doing with ARM for an example of how powerful this stuff can be. You got Resident Evil 4 running on a phone, man. You got Resident Evil 4 running on a phone right now. You know, because you can do this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying I don't think the whole system will be ARM64, because I think you still need x86 to get your backwards compatibility. And Microsoft's all about that backwards compatibility, right? But we'll see how it goes, man. I could be completely wrong. Maybe it will be less powerful. Maybe they won't have Zen cores at all. Maybe they'll just be like, nah, we're just going all in on mobile now. But like, you know, ARM's getting really powerful and really capable, and ARM's like become better than Nvidia at certain artificial intelligence tasks with GPUs. So don't discount ARM, man. It's British technology, Rand. British technology.
Oh God, then get rid of it. We don't need it. We made better things. We beat the British, and we're just better than them, you know.
Yeah, I don't think they'll sacrifice a power narrative. I think if they are going to do a hybridized system, it will be truly that. It'll support both ends of the spectrum, and we'll get a platform that can incorporate, make it easy for devs to port their Android versions across and all that kind of stuff, And I think a console that did have ARM64 support and did have support from Asia for mobile games, gacha games, and all that kind of stuff, I think that would make Xbox really big in Asia. It would make it huge in Asia, which is something that could really help Xbox in that section of the world, man. Yeah. Even if it is a handheld and stuff, because that's how most people game in Asia, on their phones, man. They will literally connect a keyboard and mouse and play PUBG on their phone, and they're happy with that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's still gaming, man. But I think they'll do a hybridized chip. They'll have ARM64 and x86 capabilities in the next Xbox. It's gonna be interesting, man. That's innovation, baby.
Very I'm more interested in it. I'm more interested in if they're actually going to jump the line and actually Xbox Next is 2026, like some rumors suggest it will be, and not 2028, and what that means and what they could build for then and what it would. I don't know. I mean, I think eventually, people will find out, like, if those plans are real. Maybe even like some point this year, if not early next year, potentially. So I'm trying to remember the time frame of people when they talked about like the PS5 Pro, and when the information came out about like the PS5 and like the Xbox Series consoles and stuff. And I want to say like the Series consoles was like E3 2018. I want to remember it was like that E3 2018. I remember like Brad Sams and I think even you like had that article like way in advance talking about it. So it'll be interesting when all that stuff comes out, because I'm sure they're working on it right now. Dizzy says Scalebound, so we got to get Scalebound mentioned. Jake says, good afternoon, lads. Are you streaming the Developer Direct on Thursday? No. I always love listening to you guys, and I hope you both have a great day. Me and Jess talked about it. I asked him if he wanted to do a show after Developer Direct, and Jess said no. We're going to do a regular show on Friday. So we'll have a regular show on Friday talking about all the things that happened to Developer Direct. Maybe, I don't know. I might stream it. Probably not, though. I think there's only, like 4 or 5 games. So if it was the E3 showcase, I would. But sometimes I just like to just relax and just gather my own thoughts instead of all, streaming stuff. So we'll be live on Friday, the day after. Bean says, have you guys been playing the finals? I'm hooked. I have not. I think my friends started playing that and they dropped off. However, though, Jez, I've been playing Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. And
how is it?
It is absolutely outstanding. It is. It is
excellent to hear.
It is. Yeah, and I gotta say, I gotta thank Ubisoft for sending me a code, because I ended up getting one for that. It is everything I wanted and more. Like, it exceeded my expectations in every way. Like, watching that trailer for the game, I was like, okay, this seems pretty cool. And it's been a while since I played a really good Metroidvania. Hollow Knight, Ori 2, like those sort of games, I really enjoy them. And part of me, after playing this game, like, I kind of want to like hook up my Switch and play Metroid Dread. Like, I'm kind of like in this. That? No, I never played it. I haven't you turned on my so I'm like, oh man,
it's brilliant, man.
Did I miss out on Metroid Dread? But so this game, it started out rough for me because I did not like the intro, and I was like, oh man, they screwed the pooch. This isn't good. But Ubisoft games always start slow. But man, once you get into it, and like all Metroid games, right, you get the powers, and this one particularly, you get some. Well, they call them like time powers. But you get like a power that allows you to dash in the air. You get a power that you can double jump. You get a power that, you can switch dimensions and stuff. The proper gameplay elements of a Metroidvania. But I gotta say, the game, one of the things that really surprised me was the combat. It is really solid to the point where it feels really damn good when you get into a fight. Because the game has a parry mechanic. You can parry on left trigger, and obviously you gotta parry right when the attack's coming in, and you hit it, and it flashes blue, and it pushes the enemy back, and it feels good to do that, right? Like, it actually feels like you accomplished. Yeah, I know, like, when you say you accomplish something, maybe that's not the right way to say it, but it feels rewarding.
Powerful.
Yeah, it feels rewarding when you get into these fights with a bunch of people sometimes, especially for the first time, and they have different attack maneuvers. Very much like, say, like a Dark Souls game, where you get into an area, you see new enemies, they have a different ways of attacking, and you have to, like, sort of judge them. Because even on the normal difficulty, you can die really fast. You start the game off with three life bars. So in the beginning, when you're fighting all the enemies and the bosses, a couple of hits and you're dead, and you start over at the checkpoint. You know, there's the trees that you raise up, which are your checkpoints, and you get your health back. You can kind of switch out some of your amulets, which are gameplay modifiers that you find around as part of secrets. Like, Metroidvania's got secrets everywhere. You can find things to increase your max health. You can find these neck amulets that say, oh, well, this one will reduce damage that you take. This one will increase damage you do in the air, right? All those sort of things, you can find them. You can make yourself more powerful. You can find the secrets. Every enemy you kill, you get time crystals, which you use to buy things at shops, like more amulets or upgrading your weapons, like, your typical Metroidvania stuff. And it's all done so well, and the world is really intriguing. There's this one area I got to last night where it was like in a raging storm, right? You're in a sea, and this, like, ship is exploding, but it's frozen in time. And you're going through it, and it's like, man, this art and the way it's all presented, like, all the different areas are all unique, right? But, like, getting back to the combat, which makes it special, is because it is obviously, like, some of the levels early on, it's a little bit tough, but then you get past them. Like, you have 3 health bars. Right now, I think I have, like, 9, and I've upgraded my weapons. So, like, when I fight the earlier enemies, it's like I kill them in a hit or two, which is great because it makes you feel powerful. But there's a back and forth between a lot of the fights, especially the boss fights, where it's constant nonstop, and you're always on your toes between attacking and then dodging a red attack, which you can't parry, right? So you got dodge and parry on left trigger, right trigger, so you got to be on your toes. Like, you dodge through it, you parry it, and it feels great when you actually beat one of the bosses and you time all the parries correctly. Bro, like, this game is something special. It's I can't feel like the last time I've felt this way about a Ubisoft game. Honestly, I know Ubisoft's not your best publisher, but, like, seriously, like, Ubisoft always has the endless bloated open world stuff or the live service things, and here's, like, a really just laser focused single player experience that doesn't outstay its welcome. And I'm 20 hours in, and I think I'm 70% done. Like, I'm going through all the map, finding all the different things you can get, and I'm sure I've missed stuff. They have this really interesting mechanic where it takes a screenshot of what you're looking at. Like, if you see, like, a secret, you can press down on the D-pad, it'll take a screenshot of what's going on, and then it pins it to your map where you're at. So when you're looking at your map about where to go, where there might be something hidden, there'll be that icon, and you scroll over it, and you can see, like, oh, yeah, like, that's that. Okay. I've never seen a game do that before. I know, like, Hollow Knight had some things you had to, like, tag into your map, but this is the first one I've ever seen where you are essentially, like, putting the markers down yourself and initiating, like, a screenshot to help you remember, because the map is pretty damn big. The game's also, it's not short. Like I said, I'm 20 hours in, and I'm not finished yet, but I am finding everything. And it's also one of those games where if you do play it, and you're not, I can see people struggling, because the combat can be a little bit challenging, especially in the beginning, but if you're not really getting the life upgrades, like, some of the later fights can be quite difficult. I mean, I've died a whole bunch, and it's a very rewarding experience. If you like Metroidvanias, you absolutely need to play this game. It is a must. Like, you need to either subscribe to Ubisoft Plus. I believe you can play it now if you do, because I think the deluxe version came out 3 days early, or wait for the release. I believe it's $50. But like, you're talking about 2024 stuff. We were worried that 2024 would be not on par with 2023. And then the first game out of the gate is this. And I'm telling you, like, this is up there with the Hi-Fi Rush, like how I felt about Hi-Fi Rush last year, or how I felt about like Resident Evil 4. Like, if this game came out last year, it would probably be in my top 5. That's how like strong really this game is. Like, it is, because I didn't play anything for a month. Like, I was catching up in my reading and my TV, and I was like, all right, I'm going to start Cyberpunk. But I looked at the games coming out this year, and I'm like, maybe I'm going to save Cyberpunk for the downtimes, because there's some of these I'm not really interested in stuff. But there's like, here's Prince of Persia, and I was like, I can't wait to get on Xbox later tonight and keep on playing through this game to experience everything the game has to offer. Like, I love it, Jez. I absolutely love this game. It's so good, dude. I recommend, everybody check it out if you're a fan of these type of games.
I'm really excited to hear that, because I'm a big fan of Metroidvanias.
Oh, dude, if you're a fan, you will love this game. Then it's really well done, and the way the story's told, it may not be initially compelling, but I think it actually gets there. There's obviously like time stuff that goes on. And you got the little character vignettes when they're talking, but dude, these boss fights, they can be crazy, bro. Like, and man, it is just a really good time, and I'm just really excited and happy, because I think the Rayman Legends devs, some of them worked on this, and it is just such a quality game. It's so good. I really hope people buy it, people support it, so we can get a sequel eventually down the road, or we can tell Ubisoft, like, hey, we want more of these and less of these other things, right? God, it's such a good game.
I think that's going to be the issue, though. I think everyone assumed this game wasn't going to be very good, and Ubisoft's, that's probably going to end up being reflected in its sales, and then Ubisoft's just going to make an assumption, oh, nobody wanted this.
Yeah, I mean, the platforming's really good. Some of these sections where you're just... There's just something really cool, I've always felt, where you're... platforming, and you can spend these moments not even touching the ground. Like, you'll spend minutes just like using a pole to jump over the spinning blades, and then you'll dash to the wall to kind of hold on to the wall, and then double jump off that. There's a lot of really intricate jumping puzzles that are difficult, and then you do it and you feel really good. You feel like you accomplished something. Like, oh man, yeah, fuck you, I beat this shit. But then they also have like the customization. They have the accessibility options where you can actually bypass some of the more difficult platforming sections. They put like a portal up when if you enable it, if you want to, if you're really having a lot of problems, because there are some of these things where you want to get some of the rewards, but you may not be able to. I don't know if they let you skip those, but some of the regular traversal sections, they do allow you to skip with like a traversal assist. So I'm assuming those can be daunting to people that really don't play these type of games. I don't.
Yeah, that's fair.
To me, like, the pinnacle of the genre is like Ori 2, right? And I don't think this is as good as Ori 2, but it's literally right there. It's like a half step underneath it, mainly because I like the art style of Ori better, and I feel like the story jive with me more. But like, it's gotten to the point where I'm thinking of hooking up my Nintendo freaking Switch to play Metroid Dread, because I was like, God, I love this, and I know how much people really like Metroid Dread, and I'm like, maybe I should do this. That's how much I'm enjoying Prince of Persia. It's got me thinking about Nintendo.
Well, I mean, it's really cool to hear you say that as a fan of the genre, but, you mentioned Ori. Gareth Coker did the music for Prince of Persia as well. Yeah. So there's some Ori. There is some Ori DNA. Ori DNA in what's it called? Prince of Persia. So yeah, I've downloaded it too. I haven't got around to playing it yet. Like I say, I just finished my big sojourn through World of Warcraft and Diablo seasons. They're both done now, so maybe I can hit my backlog a little bit, bro.
Yeah, hit that
I've been
backlog.
trying to finish off what I want to do in Baldur's
You
Gate
still got
recently on
Persona
PC.
5, you got all year, right? Persona 5, the Baldur's Gate 3, which save stuff still not been fixed on Xbox yet, right?
It works if you run cloud save, it's fine, you know.
Right.
But if you run if you run the Larian Cloud, that kind of fixes it. You know, it's like a workaround. But like, I know people don't want to make a Larian account. Like, you shouldn't have to make a Larian account to avoid that bug. So but I don't know why I've got a feeling it's something to do with the Series S and the way they've implemented a different builds or something. I got a feeling it's something to do with that, maybe, because the fact they're having to do a full firmware run to fix this bug, that says there's some issue with the way this game's been implemented at a platform level. So yeah, but you can get around the bug. It's not a big deal. Are you still planning on playing Baldur's Gate? I know you discussed that before.
I mean, like I said, I was looking at the release schedule for this year, and I was like, yo, I think I'm gonna hit my backlog hard, because after Prince of Persia comes out, I don't know when the next game I'm super interested in playing. Like, I'm sure you saw the Suicide Squad previews. I've never seen a game get trashed so hard in industry previews in my life. What about you? Like, I don't know. Like, and even to the point where like they went and they lifted the NDA on the alpha, or not the alpha, the beta that people played late last year, so like they could counteract some of the negative previews for Suicide Squad. I mean, a lot of the people who play is like, yeah, this game trash. You know, like, it didn't exactly turn out like exactly like Warner Brothers was probably hoping.
Yeah, but dude, today there was a positive preview from someone whose opinion I trust very, very highly.
What? Who?
Skill Up.
Was it Skill Up or was it Austin?
Well, it's on Skill Up's channel.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's Skill Up, because Austin does some stuff. His editor does some stuff. So Skill Up seems to like it.
On the Skill Up channel, I'm not sure who the reviewer was or the previewer, but they said I played Suicide Squad and I liked it. So that's the title of the video. I haven't watched it yet, but I was like, that's interesting. So
and I know Rocksteady has said that it is like their biggest story game ever, and that's really the only thing I'm interested in. Like, I'm really interested in like the story aspects of it, but playing as a Suicide Squad it's not, I don't know, like, it's not that appealing to me. And I've watched the gameplay out of it. It just doesn't look great. And I've seen people talk about how it plays like Crackdown, which is not something I want to hear, because I thought Crackdown was some of the most boring shit you could imagine for a game that lets you do anything and blow shit up. That game was boring. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, well,
dude, like, some of the story clips I saw of Suicide Squad did look quite cool. So maybe the story really saves it, you know.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm
9 years, Jez, between the last Rocksteady game and this. And Jason Schreier wrote an article, talked about like people had always said, why don't they work on a Superman game, but they're working on a Superman game? And that, he said, was not true. They were never working on a Superman game. They were working on a new IP, a new multiplayer IP. And then the team that made Gotham Knights, Warner Brothers Montreal, had their Suicide Squad game canceled. And Warner Brothers is like, here, you take over this. So then Rocksteady took over Suicide Squad, and still, like, I don't know, like, so as I'm saying, I'm looking at the year and I'm like, okay, Prince of Persia, I loving it, exceeding all my expectations. But the next game's coming up, Persona 3 Reloaded, not for me. Infinite Wealth, Like a Dragon, I haven't played the previous one, so I'm not saying I'm not interested, but I would have to play the other ones first. Early February's got Suicide Squad, and I'll probably play it, but God, I hope it's... I mean, I played Saints Row for 5 hours, and I stopped because it was that bad. And I played Redfall for 5 hours, and I stopped because it was like, I can't play this. And so I'm like, I'm hoping at least Suicide Squad, where at least the story is somewhat compelling enough to get me through what I think the lackluster gameplay it seems like, and then after that it's kind of like March has Dragon's Dogma 2, but I didn't play the first one, and I'm not sure that's a game for me anyways. And then it's like, okay, Helldivers 2, not really. Rise of the Ronin, no, not really either. So there's like a swaths of open time where it's like, all right, well, I can fit Cyberpunk in there, and maybe that's when I start playing Baldur's Gate and stuff, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna hit the backlog hard. Now, granted, we don't know about Xbox, which, we'll get some dates there soon. We're gonna talk about that in just a minute, but yeah, play Prince of Persia, Lost Crown, please. If you like Metroidvanias, you have to you have to play this. It's that good. It's that good. Wookie says Xbox should only put Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves in games that make sense on the Switch and not put anything on PlayStation besides COD and Minecraft. Scarecrow, member for 46 months, says 2 months away from 4 years as a member. Morning, boys, and glad to see you didn't freeze, Rand. Yes, I'm very happy. It is still kind of cold though. I mean, I got slippers on right now. Normally I don't wear slippers, but my toes are a little cold because it's cold. Even with the heat on constantly. When outside, what is the temperature right now? Like literally 4:00. It is literally 1 degree here. 1 degree. And when you look at it, it says it feels like negative 13 degrees actually is like the real feel. So, yeah, it is a cold day. Dead Planet. He says, random thought, but in my opinion, Xbox needs to ditch the box shape for their refreshed next console. Use 2024 strong lineup and sleek new console as a way to soft reboot the gen. Xbox should go back to white. Yeah, surprised there's not a white console yet. You thought that'd be something they would do.
Well, I see. This is why I don't like that cylindrical leaked Xbox that came out, because one of the coolest things about, I think, the Xbox Series S and X is that they are this hard rectangular shape, and they lend themselves really well to skins. And like Microsoft even bought out those wraps, which are really good. I got the Starfield wrap, and it's really good. I've got a Toast skin that's like genuine wood. That's really good. I've got a D-brand leather skin, genuine leather skin for the Xbox. That's really, really good. So like it kind of like, if you go to cylindrical, like, makes it more difficult to skin, I kind of feel like. So like right now, you can put whatever case you want on it, kind of. I think Sony's implementation, I really like, just a swappable place. Even though I think the PS5 is ugly overall.
Oh, dude, it is so ugly.
It's ugly as hell. At least you can swap the plates out and change the color of it. That's something,
Indeed.
But yeah, I don't know.
Alvin says Sony had 123 million monthly active users in December, which was a high for them. With 50 million PS5s, that's 73 million still on PlayStation 4. Also, Xbox will be fine. Too much PTSD in the Xbox community. Dub was saying, Risky was saying South of Midnight has a pre-download page on X, I think. Shadow Drop coming? All those games that Microsoft announced in like last showcase are all available to pre-download. South of Midnight, a few of the others. I don't really think that's news. I think that's people just realizing that you can install those. I did see people being like, what does this mean? But yeah, you're just basically downloading a 200 meg file. So yeah, I don't think it means anything. Not saying that South of Midnight's not coming out this year, or potentially coming out this year, or that it couldn't be at the developer direct, but I don't think it means it. I don't think it means it will be. You know what I mean? It's been like that for a while. Andre says, I believe an eventual loss to third-party support due to shrinking user base be mitigated by Xbox finally cracking PC game streaming on Game Pass Ultimate. Thoughts?
Oh, I don't know if they're still working on that. I think like I would assume they are, but the cloud streaming team actually shrank over the last year, and a lot of the investment they're doing is going towards growing the platform right now, as in growing the amount of servers to try and meet demand. So I don't know how that'll go. I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Gravity Milk says, when do you think we'll see Project Odyssey?
Project Odyssey.
Maybe at E3 showcase for Xbox.
I want to think they'll show that off at BlizzCon, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I would want to think they show that off at BlizzCon.
I would want to think they'd show it off at an Xbox show.
If it was going to be exclusive, I'd agree, but I don't think it's going to be.
Yeah, we'll see. Risk it for the biscuit, says Jez. Have you heard anything about the Gears of War collection?
Gears of War collection. I haven't heard anything personally. Last I heard, when it first got sort of rumored, I was told that it wasn't a thing that was being developed, but that was a long time ago. I think it's low-hanging fruit. I think it's probably easy money for them. So if it's happening now, I mean, yeah, makes sense, and I believe it. But I haven't got any information myself.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would either have to be this year or next year, depending on when Gears 6 releases. You're not going to release it the same year as Gears 6. You got to give it like a year. So if Gears 6 is 2025, then the collection has to be 2024. Or Gears could be 2026, and then the collection would have to be 2025. Because you're not going to run it the same year. It's just a matter of where does Gears 6 come out? Omar says, guys, question. Why if Xbox wants to expand Game Pass on PC, they don't put effort on their store and add more features? Greetings from Colombia. You know, people have been asking that forever, my friend. People have been asking that for the Xbox app on PC isn't up to a lot of people's standards, especially Steam.
It's getting better.
It's getting better, but like it's not up to the industry standard, which to me is Steam, right? And I will say this: even if they basically just copied Steam, PC users aren't abandoning Steam. Like look, they thumb their noses at the Epic Store. All of them. Like, they'll use the Epic Store to get the free games, but PC gamers are like, oh my god, there's another launcher on my PC that I have to buy games on. No thanks. And then they'll wait till it to come to Steam, right? And so, like, the Windows Store, the problem with Windows Store is
everything.
Well, outside of it's the fact that if you name the biggest games of last year, and guess what? They're not on the Windows Store.
Yeah, none of them
Name
are.
Hogwarts Legacy, not there. Resident Evil 4, not there. Right? Diablo 4, not there. Like, just go through the list and name the biggest games in gaming, and they're literally not on the Windows Store. So why would anybody use it? The only people that use it are essentially Xbox fans who use it to get games that have a Game Pass deal on it, because there'll be a PC version of the Xbox Play Anywhere, like the Xbox exclusives that you can go in between with your saves. But anything else, like all the biggest games in the industry, they're not on the Windows Store. And I think that's a huge, massive problem, because it makes the Windows Store just a complete afterthought. Who would want to invest their money into that PC store when it doesn't have any of the games? Like, of course people are going to invest their money on Steam. It literally has everything. Like,
yeah, it's a problem, man. It's a real problem. Like, there's no incentive to browse the store, really, because you all know none of it's really in there, and people are really, really, really invested in their Steam library to the point where they'd rather buy Starfield outright than get it basically for free with PC Game Pass. You know, and part of that is the quality of the app. But like I say, it has improved. But even still, like, you look at Epic Games, they're giving away free games. The app's not bad. It's not as good as Steam, but it's not bad. But you know, it's people just don't want it. They don't need the competition. Steam is good and it's fine as it is, you know. I mean, competition is supposed to drive Steam to do better and stuff like that. And I kind of feel like if Steam did have serious competition, they would be doing more exclusives. They would be making a Half-Life 3. They would be trying to put stuff in their store. So, like, a lot of the people are like, you know, Steam doesn't need competition. Well, it's like, yeah, well, maybe if they had a bit of competition, they might make a game once every 10 years, you know? Because, you know, the Game Pass store has tons of exclusives in there. So I would want to see that. I would want to see Steam get some serious competition. Actually, I've just opened the PC Game Pass app on my computer, and it is flying, man. They've really improved it. I think part of it is that I've just had a new laptop and I've got a much more powerful GPU, which probably helps. But they have improved it quite a lot. It looks very clean now. It looks very organized, and it's not obnoxious with the way everything looks. And
yeah, but it's like
there's no superfluous features.
The biggest games,
really
the biggest games, and all the newest games never come to the store unless there's a Game Pass deal.
party.
I think that's a big problem.
It is a problem. I agree.
I think that's the biggest problem, honestly. But,
well, yeah, and it's. I don't think even if it had exclusives, I still think people wouldn't use it personally.
God Titman says, what will opponents say if Game Pass is added to their console? Isn't having more Xbox games everywhere else the whole point of putting Game Pass everywhere? Yeah, but I think at that point, people would be fine with that because that means Xbox got their way. Yeah. Or either way, I don't know. Like the strategy is like Game Pass everywhere, which Sony and Microsoft, Nintendo and Sony wouldn't do. But if you're doing a la carte, then it looks like it's not a victory. It looks like Microsoft is capitulating, right? Because if the plan's Game Pass, and we're like, okay, we're gonna bring it to Game Pass, and you can have all the games because it's about Game Pass, but you can't do that, and now you're just gonna a la carte it. That looks like you're bending your principles, at least how some people would see it. Crippling Debt says, looking forward to the episode 300 with Rand and Jez on camera with special guests Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond. Yeah. Wouldn't that be an episode? Definitely.
That'd be fun.
Jeb says, can Jez ask a rep why 360 Live is currently broken?
Oh, I'd not heard about this. I'll look into it. It's the first I've heard about this. I don't have a 360 these days to actually look at it, but I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Indrid Cole says, any chances the Xbox game Mag was talking about releasing on all platforms is Killer Instinct? So I don't know if you saw this, Jez, but Mag said there's like an Xbox IP or whatever that hasn't been around in like 10 plus years, that when it comes back in a year or two will come back as a complete multi-platform game. And so people are speculating what it was, what it could be, what it might be. Is it Banjo? Would they bring back Banjo but put it everywhere? Or, what do you think?
I mean, we've literally discussed this on the show.
That I know we have.
If they do bring back Killer Instinct, it should be everywhere, because the fighting game community is on PlayStation now, and I think if you want that game to live, you kind of do need it on Switch where the Smash Bros are, and you need it on PlayStation where Street Fighter was exclusive for God knows how long, and also Sony owns the whole fighting game tournament circuit now. So I kind of feel like you do need it to be on everything, and that's one game that I would totally just understand and accept that would be on everything. So personally, my bet would be Killer Instinct if that's the thing.
I would expect if Killer Instinct 2 comes back, it probably would be everywhere.
Yeah.
But Isaac says Xbox PC app has egregious DRM and makes Steam and even Epic more appealing. Just another giant issue for me personally. Thanks for the show. Well, thanks for the support. If you guys are enjoying the show,
the DRM,
make sure you hit the like button, please. Hit the like button and share this out, and subscribe. What about DRM, Jez? We're going to be talking probably about DRM tomorrow with MVG. I know he's a big... big.
I don't know how Xbox's DRM differs necessarily from Steam's DRM, because they've all got DRM, right? But how's the Xbox DRM any
I don't know. I have no clue because I don't play on PC, and I don't play it. I own 2 games on Steam, and one of those is Among Us and Lethal Company. I don't own anything on the Xbox PC store except for Play Anywhere games that you get by owning them on Xbox, which I don't think I've ever really used the Xbox PC store, to be honest with you. So, Fantasticals, member for 39 months, says, I would like to use the opportunity to re-recommend The Outer Wilds, Rand. I'm pretty sure we love it. I think they added performance mode. I actually downloaded that recently because I am interested in checking that out. So, good shout out, though. That is a game I'll probably check out at some point. All right, Jez, let's talk about the Developer Direct, shall we?
Sure.
Let's talk about the Developer Direct. Microsoft did put out a Newswire blog. And each of the individual studios also kind of have their own like little like art for the thing. I don't know if you've seen, like, Ninja Theory tweeted it out, and Obsidian, and it's like Indiana Jones, the Machine Games, where it has like art at the bottom. Like, they're actually making this sort of a thing, like, embracing it, right? So we got Developer Direct. It is coming live on January 18th, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Jez and myself will be doing a show the next day to talk all about it. And they also said afterwards, as the ZeniMax Online Studios will host the Elder Scrolls Online. Thank God they listened to me, because nobody wants to see the Elder Scrolls Online or Fallout 76 on each one of these shows anymore. Remember last year they had the Elder Scrolls in it, and every single Xbox showcase always has Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls, and it's like, but this time it's not included. They're going to actually have it after the show, so we can all watch the Developer Direct and then completely turn it off because we don't care about Elder Scrolls Online, right?
Nope, we definitely don't.
So it says, presented by game creators themselves, Developer Direct offers an in-depth look at upcoming titles, how they're being created, and who's creating them. We'll visit Machine Games in Sweden to check in on their Indiana Jones game, swing by Obsidian's Irvine office to see more from Avowed, head to Oxside Games Maryland home to learn about Ara History Untold, and take a trip to Cambridge, England to see Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 from Ninja Theory. So those are the 4 games that they're talking about. They do make note here that says, please note that while this show won't have updates on games from Activision Blizzard, you can look forward to news from those teams later this year. So anybody that's been hoping that we would get a Game Pass drop of any of the back catalog of Activision Blizzard games, like Diablo, or like Crash, or Spyro, or any of that sort of stuff, or even like a, there's rumors around a Spyro 4 coming, like maybe Spyro 4 is at this show. I mean, they're pretty much telling you up front they won't have any updates on games from Activision Blizzard. Now, I guess you could say, well, Rand, they're just saying they won't have updates on Activision Blizzard games. They didn't say they wouldn't debut a new game. And I guess if you kind of read it that way, you could say, well, they just said updates. They didn't mention Game Pass. They didn't mention anything new. So, I mean, whatever. But, I mean, right off the bat, they're telling you no Activision stuff, even if the wording can be kind of misconstrued. You know what I mean, Jez? A little bit?
Yep.
A little bit? Indeed. They also say the show will be a celebration of just a selection of our slate of upcoming games from Xbox. So just a selection of just some games, right? It's not the whole slate. It's not all the games coming this year. It's also another part of our commitment to consistently bring in Xbox players can't miss experiences. And about each of the individual games here, they do mention something. I figure we'll talk about Indiana Jones first, right? Because this is the one that is the biggest surprise. Nobody thought it was happening, except Xbox 2, who predicted Indiana Jones might be there, the week before, but not to toot our own horn on that one. It's funny, you go back and listen to that, and it's like, oh, maybe there's Indiana Jones at the show. This is the one I'm most interested in, Jez, is Indiana Jones. Because we've seen literally nothing of this game outside of a 10-second teaser when they announced it on Twitter, of all places, in January of 2021. We've seen nothing. We know nothing. We don't know what is it, first person, is it third person, what type of game is it? Like, in my mind, like, it's Indiana Jones, so it's got to be like Uncharted or Tomb Raider, the 2 games that literally stole from Indiana Jones. But then Machine Games is also known for their Wolfenstein series. They're a first-person shooter developer, right? Like, those are the type of games they make. So I'm, like, very curious to see what this game looks like, how it's going to play, what time period it's set in. I think they did say maybe it's, like, early 40s. I mean, you'd be fighting Nazis, so maybe, like, early 40s. How old is Indiana going to be in it? Who's voicing Indiana Jones? There was, eagle-eyed fans did spot maybe the name. Indiana Jones in the, Great Circle, I think it was, correct?
Yeah, Great Circle, something
Great
like that,
Circle.
yeah. It's a Halo ring.
It's a Halo ring. So what do you want to see from Indiana Jones, Jez? They mention here that Machine Games, the award-winning studio behind the recent Wolfenstein series, will reveal their upcoming Indiana Jones game, an action-adventure that's put players in the leather jacket of the legendary archaeologist, and will showcase more than 10 minutes of game and developer insights, including details about the game's setting and story, how fans will actually play as Indy, additional details from a next globe-trotting adventure, and the premiere of the first gameplay trailer. So, what's your expectations for this? Are you excited to see Indiana Jones finally?
I'm just kind of intrigued about what kind of game it'll be. I mean, we can kind of infer what kind of game it'll be from what Machine Games has made in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're known for hyper-violent, bloody, murder machines.
Yeah, but that's not Indiana Jones, though.
Exactly. That's not Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones has some pretty noteworthy gore in it, but it's not the point. It's not like a slasher flick, But that face melting scene at the end of at the notorious face melting at the end of what's it called? Raiders of the Lost Ark. That is, that's prolifically violent, man. So I think it doesn't. I don't think Indy's completely without violence. I mean, let's face it. I mean, even like Temple of Doom has some pretty gory scenes in it as well. So hopefully it'll be mature rated. These were family movies, kind of, but they were very much on the edge of not being, a lot of the time. So yeah, hopefully a mature story for at least at one point. But then again, I suppose the number one point of contention that people go back and forth about, because again, Wolfenstein is known for first-person shooters. Will this be a first-person shooter? I mean, do you really want a game which features an iconic character like Indiana Jones, portrayed famously by Harrison Ford? Do you really want that to be hidden? Because that's ultimately what you get, But at the same time, in Wolfenstein is first person, but BJ is very present. There's a lot of cinematic cutscenes in that game, high grade cinematic cutscenes that are sort of almost play out like movies, man. Like, they look really, really good. So if there's one dev that could get away with having a first person game in this kind of format, it probably is Machine. Because maybe there'll be lots of cinematic cutscenes where you see Indy from the third-person perspective, meanwhile the gameplay itself is in the first-person perspective. But as well, Indiana Jones, you probably expect, is going to be like not a platformer per se, but I kind of feel like it's going to be quite an agile game because Indy does a lot of climbing. He's got his whip, swinging around. It's kind of part of the fantasy, right? And I always feel like doing that kind of gameplay, not full blown parkour, but like having a more agile game where you're swinging around and stuff like that, it's very hard to pull off in first person, I think. Very, very hard. So like maybe that also adds weight to it being third person. The fact that if they are going to do the whip and they're going to have mechanics where you whip around and hang on things and maybe solve puzzles which include climbing up and climbing around, maybe that also lends weight to it being third person. So, and also there's a lot of precedent for Indiana Jones like games. So Uncharted is third person, Tomb Raider's third person, and both of these are basically riffing on Indiana Jones, let's be completely honest. So I think the evidence and the logic kind of points to it being third person, but I don't know if you feel differently, Rand. How do you feel about the whole first person, third person debate? What's your take on it, Rand?
I could be wrong on this, but I know Todd Howard did Lexi Friedman's podcast last year when they were talking about Starfield, and I believe he asked him about Indiana Jones, and Todd didn't say much about Indiana Jones, but he sort of said that it's like a mashup. So I wonder if maybe you play in first and third throughout the game. Like there'd be instances where you're in first person, and the instances where you're in third person.
So maybe like the swinging platforming gameplay, it becomes third person.
Maybe.
And then
I don't know. But that's one of the things, like For a game this big, and don't get me wrong, this is a big game. I mean, Indiana Jones IPs maybe not as big as it once was, but I think when you judge it from all the other 4 games in this list, I think Indiana Jones is bigger than Hellblade and Avowed, right? Because I think it has more broad appeal. People know Indiana Jones, right? Whereas like some people might be like, hell, this might be Xbox. I mean, well, no, Call of Duty's this year. I was gonna say this might be Xbox's biggest release this year, but Call of Duty comes out this year. But I think the fact that we are getting 10 minutes of it, and what do they explicitly say in this thing? We get details about the game setting and story, how fans will actually play as Indy, which means they'll show like, is that first or third? Details from his next adventure and the premiere of the first gameplay adventure. So not only are we're going right into gameplay, right? Now I guess like first gameplay trailer, you're always a little bit like, is it actually gameplay? Is it not, or whatever? But the thing is, I also think this game's this year. It's in the developer direct, which implies that it is releasing in 2024. And we don't know the cadence of the games, like the time frames when they'll release. And there's been some talk that Indiana Jones could be early in the year, like March, April, May time frame, which would be really exciting, and it would make me really like wonder, like, okay, what is this like? That is like super fast. Like you would think this game would be like a fall title, like you position Indiana Jones around the fall, or alongside Call of Duty, which is the first one you're marketing. So like, hey, you got Indiana Jones in Game Pass. Here's the new Call of Duty that you have marketing for. Maybe you also have Call of Duty in Game Pass at that point. You get all these people that would influx into Call of Duty in Game Pass and also see Indiana Jones there at the same time, because it might have released recently close to it, so people might be like, oh man, there's this and this. Let me play some of this. Yeah, there's a lot of things they can go along with it, but I'm a big fan of the machine games. I really like Wolfenstein. Was it like the New Order and Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, as well as like some of the smaller games, like they did the Old Blood, those standalone ones they have. I didn't care for Wolfenstein Youngblood. That seemed to be like a departure from what they normally do. And we know, at least according to the Disney president, or that interview that Stephen Totilo had, was that they loved the pitch that Todd Howard and team gave to Disney about Indiana Jones, which is the reason why they gave him the license. So, yeah, I'm super interesting to see, like, is this just going to be an Uncharted Tomb Raider clone? Is there more to it? How much combat is there? Because, I mean, Indy doesn't really fight that many Nazis within the movies, right? I mean, he's just got a whip and he's got a pistol or whatever. But I'm not sure how you can make it through 10 hours of a game and not actually have a bunch of fighting. So yeah, I'm super pumped. The fact that we don't know, like with Hellblade 2, we've seen enough where you're like, okay, you know what to expect. And this is just completely like,
it's exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting because of the question mark behind it. We don't know what it looks like. We haven't seen it. There isn't any other trailer you could point to where you could look at and be like, okay, that's what it looks like. No, just imagine it in our heads right now.
Yeah.
So Indiana Jones is game number 1. Avowed is also going to be there, and they say the team at Obsidian will share the first deep dive in the gameplay experience fans can expect in Avowed. It's set in the fantastical, vibrant living lands. Learn more about how Avowed's experience in building worlds with deep themes, dynamic gameplay, and thought reactivity come to life in Avowed, where players have the agency to make choices to shape every step of their adventure. I feel like maybe this would be the one that you're most excited to. You're most yeah, because I feel like this is more your game. Like Avowed is more of a Jez game. You know what I mean?
You are absolutely correct.
Yes.
This is the game I'm most excited about. I think I mentioned it before. The fact that it's Pillars of Eternity universe, like all this, the potential to grow that franchise is really exciting, especially in a post Baldur's Gate universe. You know, it could be that this is the catalyst to us getting a Pillars of Eternity 3 with the kind of budget that Baldur's Gate had. Last time I saw the game, when I first saw the game, it looked pretty rough. And then the second time I saw the game was when everyone else saw it. And there was a lot of criticism about the art style. And they sort of said we wanted to go with this art style because we wanted to avoid comparisons with the art style of Skyrim, because Skyrim's art style is pretty dry. But Pillars of Eternity's art style is pretty dry as well. So if you're making a direct Pillars of Eternity 1-to-1 sort of 3D game, it probably would look like Skyrim. So I kind of get where they're coming from, but I also wonder if like they're going to look at some of the feedback and maybe change the color grading on some of the things. Maybe make it look a little bit more rustic rather than vibrant. I think people are getting sick of vibrant, man. I don't know. Like, it's funny, like how things ebb and flow. I remember, like, when I was in my 20s and people were like, "Oh my god, every game's grey. I'm sick of all these grey games. Let's have some color." Now everyone's going the other way. Everyone's like, "Oh man, I'm sick of all these color. When are we gonna have more gritty looking games?" You know. So things ebb and flow when it comes to people. You're getting tired of things and stuff like that. So we see if like they've reacted to any of the feedback, quote unquote feedback from when they showed it off and people weren't too super excited and enamored about the art style. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. That's my game. That's my game, man. That's my game.
I know that's your game. And it's great for me because I got like 2 games in this. Like Indiana Jones and Hellblade are my games. Avowed is I'm interested in Avowed for sure because I do like Skyrim more than I like, the Fallout stuff. So yeah, I'm curious to see everything that Avowed is going to show. I'm also curious to release dates, which we'll go over the release dates when we go through all 4 games. Next up is Ara, where they said, "Hey, this is a strategy genre. The creators behind Civilization 5." As they unveil exclusive new gameplay and share more details about the inspiration, key features, and road ahead for their upcoming historical grand strategy game. I'll be honest with you, Jez. I do not care about this game at all. I was just like,
no, I am shocked.
Yeah,
I am shocked. Rand doesn't care about a game that requires some thought going into it.
Oh, jeez.
Rand doesn't. It's not a walking simulator where you just
oh my god, we're gonna go with the walking
Rand's
simulator BS.
Yeah, Rand's not interested. I'm shocked.
It's a 4X strategy game, right?
My core, baby.
Civ style.
Yes.
I just don't care about these games. And but there's always one at this stuff. Like last year's was Minecraft Legends. And by the way, if you aren't paying attention, Minecraft Legends is dead. No more updates for Minecraft Legends. What a mistake that was. I really think the success of Minecraft Dungeons blinded them to it's like, let's do awesome Minecraft Legends, and then Minecraft Legends, it literally was a fart in the wind, stunk up the room, and then people forgot about it after whatever.
Increasingly, I'm starting to think that Minecraft only works as Minecraft, because every Minecraft spin-off they've tried has pretty much died. We probably won't get a sequel to Minecraft Dungeons. Minecraft Legends is dead. And for all the success that Minecraft Dungeons had initially, it did drop off quite rapidly. And it was just kind of like, as good as this is, and as good as it feels to play, and it did feel really good to play, it just, these games hinge on transmog a lot of the time. Getting cosmetics and stuff like that. Who cares about getting a 16-bit transmog from a Minecraft game? Literally nobody. There's literally no hype whatsoever in getting like a cape. At least for anyone, maybe little kids love it. I don't know, but I think like you really need to capture a more adult audience for some of these service type games. Generally speaking, anyway. Roblox is a bit different, but Minecraft Dungeons is definitely not a Roblox kind of game. And I think I think these games only work as Minecraft, because you can't really sell cosmetics for Minecraft Dungeons because they look like they were made in MS Paint, and maybe they were made in MS Paint. I don't know, but yeah, digress. Ara.
Yeah.
Ara. They really hate that, by the way. But I think it looks fantastic. I played it over the summer. It was an early build and stuff like that, and it wasn't, completely flawless, but it's really solid. It's kind of like what, because Civ has very stylized visuals, right? It's like almost cartoony kind of graphics, cell shaded and all that kind of stuff. This goes for a much more photorealistic feel. So there's this really attractive sort of tilt shift effect when you're playing it. And like when you're zooming in and out, it looks stunning. It looks really, really gorgeous. They've really, really nailed the art style. And when I was playing it though, like some of the animations weren't implemented and stuff. So I'm really interested to see what that looks like now that presumably it has going to be implemented fully and all that kind of stuff. So it's yeah, I'm excited about it. It's my kind of game. I love Civ. I've got hundreds and hundreds of hours in Civ. So yeah, Ara, let's go. I'm down.
Ara History Untold. And then finally, we got Hellblade 2, my most anticipated game of the whole year. But I'm not like super excited to see it here because, like, if I had to pick the one I'm most excited to see, it's Indiana Jones. We've seen a lot of Hellblade 2, right? We saw it at 3 Game Awards. We've seen, like a cinematic where it's story at this past E3, where it was kind of a lengthy conversation. We've seen Senua, go up against the big baby troll thing, where she threw a spear at it, and we saw the gameplay trailer that they showed off at this past, Game Awards, which kind of really sets the stage. Like, okay, the game's coming along. They've showed it a lot. I feel like it is like the next big game from Xbox to release, is Hellblade 2. Although like the little blurb here doesn't really, all it says is Ninja Theory takes us behind the scenes at their studio in Cambridge to give us some insight on how they're crafting Hellblade 2. The team will speak to the ambition and meticulous care involved in creating Senua's journey of survival. No mention of gameplay like Indiana Jones or Avowed, right? Or even like our just kind of like behind the scenes stuff, which we've seen a lot of behind the scenes stuff of Hellblade, right? Now, granted, like, we did see a gameplay trailer for Hellblade 2, so people was like, okay, well, I want to see Hellblade with, like, a HUD or whatever. I can't imagine them showing this and then not actually showing, at least some facets of the gameplay. But this is the game I'm looking forward to the most, and I don't, I saw Donataku, he's trying to make fun of me in the super chat, by saying, of course, Rand L. Trendy Gamer wouldn't care about Ara. Of course, Rand L. Trendy Gamer's game of the show will be Trending Walking Sim Hellblade 2. The game of the show will probably be Indiana Jones, because it's the unknown and has the most potential to really surprise rather than Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2 is a known quantity at this point. We've seen it so many times. But I say for the first time in a long time, hey, I'm thinking about hooking up my Nintendo Switch. Don doesn't say anything. Nothing. You talk about Hellblade 2, and he's immediately here to drag me down. Like, what can I do to just make people happy, bro? You think me being like, I might hook up my Nintendo Switch and actually spend money on Nintendo's platform, you think Donataku would be like, yeah, do it, and nothing, bro. I can't do anything right, apparently. So, yeah, I wonder how long the show is. I mean, I don't know if each game is going to get 10 minutes. The only one they say, Indiana Jones is more than 10 minutes, which means they have a lot to talk about with that. But we know that an hour later is the Elder Scrolls thing, so it's at least it's at least an hour, or at most an hour, but it could be as short as 40 minutes, or what have you. But as far as release dates, actually, before we get into release dates, I guess I'll ask if anybody in chat, or Jez, do you think there is a secret 5th game?
Well, that's kind of become the tradition.
Well, I can only say it's a tradition when there's only been one before.
Been once. So. But they did that last year. They announced 4 games, and then a 5th game came in. So I think why not? And maybe that could be the tradition. They've certainly got a lot of content to play with. Tons and tons and tons and tons of games coming that could show off, that could debut, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've started seeing rumors of Contraband swirling again. Because obviously they didn't mention Contraband. People are very curious about the game, so maybe it could be Contraband. What do you think?
Contraband? I mean, it's potential. I thought it was gonna. Indiana Jones would be the surprise. So initially, when we had heard that it was Indiana Jones was going to be there, in my mind, I was like, okay, it'll be. I also thought Towerborn would be here, right? Because it was like a Towerborn. I think we both thought Towerborn would be the first game released this year from Xbox, right?
Yeah, we did. But I've since heard that Towerborn not been delayed, but I think there's more work going on with Towerborn.
Yeah, so maybe Towerborn is still this year, second half of the year potentially.
Yeah, second half of the year is what I heard.
But in my mind, the last podcast we did, in my mind, it was like, okay, they'll be like, we got Towerborn, we got Avowed, we got Hellblade 2, and we got Aura, right? And then the surprise would be Indiana Jones. Because nobody would be expecting that. You'd be tuning in to watch it, and it's like, boom, here's Indiana Jones. And people be like, oh, shit, Indiana Jones is here? And then they realize, oh, shit, Indiana Jones is 2024? Obviously, if I was doing this, I would have kept Indiana Jones as a surprise. But they led with it, and maybe that's better because I think maybe that it creates more excitement for it, and people want to tune in for Indiana Jones instead of Indiana Jones being the surprise of like, look, here's a big game that you guys were looking forward to, and we're finally revealing it. I worry about precedent. If you do it again where there's a surprise here, that means you've done it 2 years in a row, and that means people are going to be expecting it every single time you do Developer Direct, right? Which is why some people were against the idea of a Hi-Fi Rush Shadow Drop, because then it gives people the idea that every year you're going to do a Shadow Drop. So people are even talking about Shadow Drops now. Are we going to have like Double Fine? We've talked about Double Fine last podcast. You know, there are some people being like, what if we see Kiln and they Shadow Drop that game during the show, right? Or, you know, whatever. So I don't know. Like, I think a fifth game would be cool. I think it would be interesting to see Contraband or another game. Like you mentioned, they have so many. I'm just going in expecting 4, and if there's more, great. But even if it's just these 4, between Indiana Jones, Avowed, and Hellblade 2, I think it's going to be a pretty damn good show. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those 3, those 3 games, that's a big. I know they're going to have more games. But if you could get out Hellblade, Avowed, Indiana Jones, and then not to mention like Call of Duty, like that's a pretty strong year. Not to mention any other titles that you may have, Oblivion remake, Forza Horizon 6, a Gears collection, right? You know, a Contraband or a South of Midnight. You know, like it really looks like 2024 is going to be a fantastic year. Not to mention, like, all their live service games will have updates. Sea of Thieves will have new stuff. Halo Infinite will have new seasons. You know, Call of Duty will have new stuff. Diablo is going to have a new season soon. I saw that you said, "Oh, rip my backlog," but they're even going to have a new expansion this year. Like, Xbox has a ton of live service games. They're always getting updated with new content. So it's like you take all their new releases that they have, and then all the like existing stuff that they do along with all the updates. Like, there's so much stuff going on, right? So
yeah.
I'm just going to expect these 4 games, and if there's more, that's fantastic. But as far as release dates, question. So I'll say which one. So list them to me, Jez. Which one releases first? Which one releases last? In between, give me time frames. I want to see what you're thinking here.
Hellblade releases first, man.
You think Hellblade releases first? Okay, all right. I like that. You gonna give me a time frame here, like a month, like a quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. Like what are we looking
April.
at? March, April. All right. What about what's second? What game releases second then?
Maybe Aura.
Okay.
Towards the summer.
Okay, Aura in the summer. Fair enough.
Aura in the summer.
So we're talking like June, July, August time frame?
June, July, August, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's do it by quarter. Let's be generous to ourselves. Indiana Jones next.
So Indiana Jones would be the third game. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What time frame we looking at here?
Maybe September, October.
Okay, fair enough. And that would mean you think Avowed is last.
Yes.
Are we thinking also September, October, before Call of Duty, after Call of Duty, December, November?
Still after Call of Duty for them.
So you think like later in November, essentially?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Fair enough. Now, I agree with you that Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 is the first game to release out of these 4. And I think I've always sort of said, in my mind, was always like April, like March, April, May. In fact, I'll go as far as saying I think Hellblade 2 will come out in May. I got my eyes on May for Hellblade 2. And I sort of agree with you. I do think Aura fits more in the summertime frame. So I'm thinking more Augusty for Aura. Augusty.
I like that.
I think Indiana Jones is September. I'll just go with September, like that Q3, and I'll say Avowed is October. So maybe there is another game in this thing that launches earlier in the year, like in January, February, March. I mean, I would love for Hellblade to come out in March, but I think it's around the May time frame, like April May time frame. But that's when I'm looking at least for these 4 games.
I dig that.
Yeah. So, Thursday is going to be really cool. Can't wait to talk about all this stuff again on Friday, right? For the podcast, our thoughts and reactions to it all. We got a super chat here from Jay Foley. He says, did you guys see that Halo BR was dropped and they are making a new Halo game using UE5? Makes you wonder what's going on at 343. I mean,
this is the thing we'd heard, that we've heard for ages they're working on Unreal Engine, but like, I feel like the 343 NDAs must be really particularly scary, because I've had sources who were like, they'll tell me everything about except that for some reason. It's like, well, can't you just tell me yes or no? And they're like, no, I can't talk about that. It's like, why? You've just told me what I would perceive to be way worse stuff. But it's really interesting, like some of this stuff. And I think like if they are working on Unreal Engine, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think one of the things we heard was that the 343's engine was difficult to work with, and that made it hard to use contractors and stuff like that. And if you can like get people involved who know the engines better, then maybe that's a good thing, right? But yeah, I had heard from not particularly great sources that Forge had been ported to Unreal Engine for this purpose. So, if there's any company on earth that could nail that sort of transition, it's probably Microsoft. Microsoft uses Unreal Engine very prolifically, and they're a huge customer of Unreal. And also, like, you've got a lot of the third-party studios using it, contractors use it. It makes it easier when you're working with contractors. It just makes it kind of easier to work with something that's known and less bespoke. And the 343's engine was, bespoke. So I suppose we'll see how that all goes down. It's going to be interesting. And, yeah.
All right. I guess, looking at the things here, let's talk about the third-party stuff. Since, I mean, we already sort of talked about it in the beginning of the show a little bit. We kind of talked about it last podcast, but I mean, I don't really know what else new we'll have to say about this, but rumors are flying, whether they're true or false. I mean, people are talking about this and they want to know our thoughts on it. Nate the Hate had come out and put out a podcast saying that, hey, like a critically acclaimed game that was a Game of the Year contender in a year it came out is coming to other platforms. Didn't mention what game it was or what platforms it would be. And then it sort of came out that it was Hi-Fi Rush and that maybe it's coming to Switch, but then maybe it's also coming to PS5. But then that following Monday, the Grubster, the one and only, said that he had heard Sea of Thieves was talked about as a plan, that maybe Sea of Thieves might come to other platforms, and a whole bunch of people backed him up. Like, I think you wrote an article saying that you had heard the same rumors. Stephen Totillo wrote an article basically saying, yeah, I've heard this for a long time. I even asked a rep at Xbox, and they didn't really say anything. but he couldn't verify if it was actually still a working plan or not. Andy Robinson at VGC, who I believe actually used to work at Rare, he said, yeah, heard in the same rumors, heard in that Sea of Thieves considered to go to other platforms, but also he said he couldn't verify if it was still a working plan or not, which you couldn't either, right? You couldn't verify if it was actually something that was happening or just like idle chatter or something they were thinking. You know, because people even talk about how back in the day, like, you know, 343 had Halo working on the DS, right? And there was even, I remember hearing, like, Master Chief Collection at one point might have been coming to PlayStation or whatever, right? So there's a lot of things that they do internally that never see the light of day, right? So I guess we'll start with the Sea of Thieves things, because I guess, you know, maybe it makes the most logical sense as, like, a live service game. Looks maybe like it's coming to the end, but if you essentially put it on other platforms, it extends the life cycle. It's probably best for the game and best for the community. You'd make more money, etc., 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 all that sort of stuff. But then there's the question mark, is that even happening, right? Because there's the rumors just making people crazy. You got people infighting, people, you know, going nuts, people saying things. Everybody has an opinion on this. I mean, what's yours, Jez?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What's just your opinion on all this stuff? Like the Sea of Thieves, is that... I mean, I know you asked about Sea of Thieves, but you couldn't verify that it was actually a working plan anymore either, right?
No, I couldn't. Sorry about that. Like, my sometimes my graphics card, like, freaks out and then it makes everything freeze for a minute. I need to see if I can fix that. But yeah, I couldn't work out which, you know, these rumors started in the middle of December, right?
Yeah, we were hearing them like late November, early December, right?
Yeah, from some random places. I tried to work out if what games, if any, could potentially be going third party, because there's things you can think of that kind of make sense or are kind of obvious, right? I think Flight Simulator would be an obvious one to go fully multi-platform. You know, I don't know. To be honest, from the outset, I'm not quite sure why that is exclusive. That's a game I would have made multi-platform personally. But like, so we're trying to work out which are the obvious ones here, and people keep bringing up Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves going third party, multi-platform. It's not really third parties; it's multi-platform. So trying to like work out which ones are real, which ones are fake, and it's quite tough to do because people don't want to talk. They don't want to violate their NDAs. So there's no real way to figure this stuff out unless there's like an API which you can data mine, stuff like that, public API. Nothing illegal about data mining public API. You know, if you don't want it data mined, don't make it public. But you know, I mean, I could see it going either way at this point. I wish I could lock something down more concrete about it, like either way, if it was or wasn't. But some people I had asked, sort of, they didn't want to talk about it. And usually that kind of like make me think, okay, well, it's probably happening if they don't want to talk about it. But I think at the same time, I think like they know there are discussions about it a lot. There are a lot of discussions about it, about whether to make these games third or first party or not. So they don't want to sit there and say, well, if it's not today, then it very well could be tomorrow, because these discussions are constantly going on. You know, so even if it's not being ported right now, it probably could be in the future. The fact that people won't even tell me yes or no about it, and Microsoft's saying like we do things on a case by case basis, stuff like that, you know, and they've always said that publicly. So yeah, we just can't know for sure, you know. But like, how do you feel if it is true? Like, how do you feel about it? Sea of Thieves going multi-platform, specifically Sea of Thieves.
I mean, specifically Sea of Thieves, I wouldn't care. I mean, I don't even play the game anyways, and I actually do think it makes a lot of sense for it, right? I know this is one of the things where it's like, oh, Sea of Thieves goes to Nintendo and we don't get anything in return, like it's an NBA trade or some shit. Like, I give you Sea of Thieves and I get back, you know, Metroid Dread or something. Like, that's not how this stuff works. Like, you get the game and Microsoft gets back money, right? You know, and if you could put it on Switch 2 as a launch title, I mean, Sea of Thieves is one of the more unique games in the multiplayer live service arena. And maybe if you expand it out to PlayStation and Switch, you'd make more money and get more, I don't know, necessarily fans or what have you, but it could really extend the life cycle of the game. Like I think I mentioned before, like there's this idea of like what's good for the game and what's good for the platform, right? And normally I think everybody, like these companies always say it's always what's good for the platform. What's good for the platform is Sea of Thieves is exclusive, so if you want to play it, you have to play it on Xbox or on PC, like obviously like PC, but it's in Game Pass, so it's like it's working for us as the platform. But like if you wanted to say what's best for the game, like what's best for any game is to be everywhere so it can make the most money, right? But that's not the case because the publishers want Microsoft, Nintendo, and PlayStation want to incentivize people to invest in their ecosystem, to spend the money there, to buy their third-party games there, to buy their microtransactions there. I mean, that's the whole reason for it all. So usually it's like what's good for the platform overrides everything. But, you know, Xbox has talked about like, hey, we're beyond consoles now, and our vision is, you know, consoles the foundation of the business and the foundation of Game Pass and everything, but we want to be in more places. We want to have more eyeballs on our shit. We went to PC. We're in mobile. You know, we're in cloud. You know, we want to be where the people are, which is kind of the modus operandi of Microsoft themselves, right?
Yeah.
They want to be where the customers are. They want to be everywhere. And under oath, Satya did say, like, if it was up to him, there'd be no exclusives. He doesn't love that. But there are exclusives because the industry demands that there are, because the market leaders engage in it. So Xbox needs it. So like, I think the I think what people, they hear these rumors and they're like, okay, if it's just a Switch, it's fine because Switch are our friends. Nintendo are the good guys. They're not in competition with us. They're just, you know, everybody loves Switch. Everybody has the extra handheld, and they like, yeah, you know, I would like to take Sea of Thieves, you know, for a spin handheld or whatever. It's what gets people upset. It's PlayStation that gets people mad because they're the other, they're the enemy, right? And
That's true.
You know, yeah, there are the Phil quotes where if they did do this, Phil's not going to look good. And I already know a lot of people call Phil a liar, and you can't believe what he says. But Phil has direct quotes out there from the Ori interview where he said he didn't want to do this anymore because Xbox fans don't deserve this, of always questioning whether their games are going to go multi-platform or not, and that if he were going to support Switch more broadly, he would need like the full Xbox Live experience and stuff, like Game Pass and whatnot, and that ain't happening. So people are going to throw that in his face, and then the whole, hey, you know, this acquisition of Bethesda, even though he did say case-by-case basis, you know, people will be like, you said these games would only live in platforms where Game Pass exists, and last I looked, Game Pass is not on PlayStation or Switch, right?
Yeah.
So people will throw his quotes back in his face. And he's probably going to have to answer because he does a lot of interviews. He's not like Jim Ryan, where Jim Ryan's up in his turtle shell and only comes down to speak to gamesindustry.biz and Christopher Dring from time to time to talk about how good PlayStation is. But Phil likes to talk. He likes to meet people. He likes to go on different platforms. So someone's going to ask him, especially if it ends up being true, you know, like, hey, Hi-Fi Rush, like, what's up with that? What's the decision around this? Can gamers expect more? So I think some of it is, if it's Nintendo, it's one thing, because they're our friends, right? Not a big deal. But if it's PlayStation, it's like, wait a minute. You remarked in the trial that you didn't want to really support PlayStation because PlayStation takes the 30% revenue of your games and then uses the revenue of your games to then make deals that make it difficult for Xbox to function in the gaming industry. And then you also bitched that PlayStation has 200 plus exclusives to your 50. And that was why we needed Activision Blizzard. You remember, right? We joked about this. Like, but it's like, okay, so you're complaining you don't have many exclusives, but you're going to give them you're going to take one of your exclusives and then hand them to them. Not only that, but like, you complain that they use the money they get from their sales to essentially sabotage you. So are you going to give them your own game to essentially do that to you? Unless they feel really confident now owning ABK that they can't be sabotaged anymore, right? Unless that line process, logic, maybe they feel that. But for some fans, it's just going to be, I've supported you from when you were shit. And you kept on saying, don't worry, things are coming, it's going to be better for you. And you supported them, and then you got to the point now where it's like you saw it through, you got all the acquisitions, got the publisher acquisitions, and you thought like good times were on the horizon, only for them to have the rug put out from underneath you and be like, actually, you're not the person I care about anymore. I'm looking towards these other customers that haven't chosen me. So there's sort of like, feel like Xbox is turning their back on them a little bit by choosing the unknown customer rather than the customer that's been fighting for you for years, that stayed by your side, essentially. Yeah. I think some people don't like the idea of there just being a question mark, of there being like, well, if it's Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves, people are going to watch this developer direct, and they may say, well, what about Hellblade 2 and Indiana Jones? And so it enters this like question mark of what games. And I don't necessarily think that's really good for the brand, because like I mentioned, like out of the three brands, I think Xbox is the least desirable of the three. And now you're going to introduce a question mark about whether or not these games actually are going to remain there. So some people might see Indiana Jones and might look at it and be like, wow, man, Indiana Jones looks super cool. I'll wait to play it until it comes to PlayStation or Switch. Instead of like going out and buying it and playing it on PC, or going out and getting a console, or playing it on their console and using Game Pass for it, it enters into this question mark of like, okay, but maybe if I just wait, it'll go elsewhere. Now, obviously, that's more into like the hardcore community on Twitter and YouTube or whatever that are really invested in all that stuff, which I don't know how many people it is. Could be an echo chamber where like people outside of this, like people buying consoles right now, probably don't even know or care about any of this stuff, right? They're just looking for what's the best value for money. But then there's the idea of like, how broad is the strategy, right? To me, it would be like it's how often and how many, right? Because I think most people logically would look at it if it's just Hi-Fi Rush by itself is kind of just, it's not a big deal at all, right? Mm-hmm. Most people would like, yeah, it's a business maneuver. I'd understand that. Microsoft wants to make Hi-Fi Rush a bigger thing. They're investing heavily into Tango Gameworks, and maybe the people at Tango asked for this, and there's like, okay, well, let's do it. We are a case-by-case basis for Bethesda. Maybe it was always the plan, right? You never know, because, I mean, if they didn't acquire Bethesda, Hi-Fi Rush would have been everywhere. So maybe like, all right, let's do it with this. We're not going to do it with Redfall, because Redfall's got no future, so there's no reason to do it. There's no reason to spend more money on it, or whatever scenario could come up in your head. But Hi-Fi Rush has got a future. So it's like, okay, put it elsewhere, make more money, build it up in gamers' eyes, and then when the sequel comes, we're going to get people to play it. Like, it's Hi-Fi Rush 2, we spent more money on this, it's bigger and better. People, hey, if you played it and enjoyed it on these other platforms, why don't you come play it here? Now, that's kind of similar to Sony's PC strategy right now, where they're like, they'll give you the previous game on PC as kind of a marketing tool to get you into maybe potentially to buy the PlayStation 5 for the next one. They did it with God of War, and they did it with Spider-Man, and they've done it with all their games. I don't know how well that's working. I think PC players aren't going to buy a console just to play the game, because they know, like, eventually, just give it time, it's going to come to the console anyway. It's going to come to my platform anyways. So I think most people rationally would be like, Hi-Fi Rush singularly by itself, just like MLB on PlayStation side, is just, it doesn't mean much. But the question is, after that, it's how often and how many. If then it's Sea of Thieves, and then it's something else, and then it's always something every single year, you could make the argument that they're exchanging short-term revenue, games for potential long-term brand damage. And long-term brand damage could essentially be anything from where people question the viability of investing in the Xbox platform and buying games here because they're not sure how it'll be around. They're not sure if the console will exist. Some of those things, right?
It is. I mean, you hit the nail on the head there with the long-term brand damage kind of thing. Because, like, look, using Sea of Thieves as an example, if Sea of Thieves isn't growing on PC, where you've got the biggest audience, maybe there's something maybe there's a fundamental issue with Sea of Thieves. And if you're putting it on PlayStation, that's just to get some short-term cash, and isn't necessarily a long-term vision for the game. Like if that's your plan, maybe like focus on, fundamentally altering the game so that it can grow on PC. And I think that's why they've done the Safer Seas thing right now. Like right now you can play Sea of Thieves basically solo with the Safer Seas thing, Safer Seas, and not have to worry about being ganked by, sweaty 12-year-olds or something like that, So they are kind of looking, they're probably examining, like, will this help it grow and stuff like that. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I mean, I think if you are going to do this, like I said, you kind of have to go all in, because it will do lasting brand damage, otherwise. If you're just going to piecemeal it and it's kind of like, well, we'll do it here and there for some extra cash, but then it's going to be like, you're going to have this question every single damn time. Every single time Microsoft releases a game, it's going to be like, oh, when's it coming to PlayStation? When's it coming to PlayStation? And people will sit on it and wait for it. I mean, kind of got this in a microcosmic kind of way with Final Fantasy right now for me. So for me, I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, right? I'm huge long-term Final Fantasy fan, but at the same time, I'm not buying a console just for one game. I know that Final Fantasy will eventually come to PC. Final Fantasy VII Remake came to PC, and obviously it's going to come to PC because that's where the main audience is. So I don't need to buy a PlayStation to get this game. I know that if I wait and I'm patient and I've got a big backlog, I can wait for it. And I look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and a lot of people probably don't have. They're probably happy to buy multiple consoles, but I'm not like that, because I don't have I have a finite amount of space in my life. I literally don't have room for a PlayStation in here right now. I'm literally chock-a-block. I'm considering selling my vinyl player just to get a bit more space. But I know it's coming out. So imagine microcosmically, extrapolate that out to every single Xbox game, and you kind of get a scenario where it's like, well, if I'm not a PC gamer, well, I'll wait for it to come to PlayStation then. Literally no reason to buy an Xbox ever, And I think, like, that hurts Microsoft a lot, unless they're giving up on Game Pass and stuff. Because let's face it, if the game's coming out on your preferred platform, you don't have to get Game Pass at all. People have proven that already, that they'll buy a game outright, rather than use Game Pass. So I kind of think, like, this begins and ends at having exclusive content. The whole shebang does. It begins and ends at exclusive content, and if they are, degrading that experience, then I don't see how they're going to have a platform to play with long term. I think it's short-term gains for long-term damage, personally.
Yeah.
But
well, Humdrum says, Hi-Fi Rush 2 being exclusive won't entice people. Stop it, Rand. No one bought an Xbox for Ori 2. They waited for the Switch port. Phil lost their minds with this. You're saying that I'm saying that Hi-Fi Rush 2 being exclusive will entice people. I mentioned that as, like, that's what Microsoft is thinking, because I agree with you. I think the idea of putting Hi-Fi Rush on the PlayStation and the Switch as showpieces for, like, oh, if you like this game, come play the sequel in 3 years, is ludicrous. I agree with you. It's not going to do anything. Those people will just be like, I'll just play Hi-Fi Rush 2 when it comes to my platform. They already put it here, so why wouldn't they put the second one here, right? Same thing with Ori. Like, they put Ori on Switch 1, or they put Ori 1 on Switch, and it was like, well, yeah, I mean, you do that, you might as well put Ori 2 on there. So, don't take that as like me saying like that's gonna work. I'm just saying like I could see Microsoft's reasoning for doing it. At least what they would tell themselves, being like, yeah, it's actually for the sequel, which I don't think would work because sequel ain't coming for 3 years from now probably. So yeah, it's this. You run the things and it's like, all right, well, okay, so if that happens, maybe less people get interested in Xbox, less people are excited about it, less people less people use the ecosystem, but like their monthly active users are about to skyrocket, so I don't really know how true that would be. But essentially like Xbox already has a tough time selling consoles, and if you do this, maybe you sell less. And in my mind, it's like, well, if you sell less, Xbox already has a tough time getting some games to come to the platform. I mean, we look how we saw like how much they had to, Square Enix was skipping the platform for reasons. Other Japanese devs, games still skip, and so the third party devs are going to be looking at the viability of the platform itself about porting games there, and if there's less of a user base on that platform, they're going to be like, it's okay, we skip Xbox, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't need Xbox for PC, because all the games are on Steam, and nobody puts their games on the PC store anyways, the Windows store. So that's like an issue I would see, like, if you really go doom and gloom, like, they did all this, and it's a lot. Like, remember my question of how often and how many, and if the answer to those questions is a lot and many, right? Then it becomes like, okay, maybe the excitement around the brand lessens. Maybe people don't want to get it, because why would you invest in Xbox when you can get a better deal by owning a PlayStation? Because PlayStation gets all the games, and it gets PlayStation the games, and it eventually gets all the Xbox games. So then Xbox becomes just a timed exclusive machine. And I guess the selling point then would be Game Pass. But like right now, the selling point is Game Pass. And is it really bringing people over currently? I mean, we haven't seen it at its full form and function with, as like Star Wars. You have yet to see, this Battlestar is operational. Like, we haven't seen Game Pass fully operational with everything they have yet. But like, yeah, if like, okay, developers abandon the platform because there's nobody there anymore, and then Microsoft goes full third party, which they won't, but let's just say hypothetically they did. Well, their competition's lessened. Like, I don't think you want Xbox out of the whole that whole race, because I think that just emboldens Sony to do worse and worse things. There's no one there to keep them in check to be like, no, you can't raise price. Like, we're just gonna raise prices now. We're gonna price our consoles at whatever we want. We're gonna price the games or whatever we want. So it sort of lessens competition overall. If like Microsoft left that hardware market and just was this too, and just became a third-party publisher like EA or Activision, right? Even though like right now they probably are the biggest third-party publisher. Realistically, I don't think that's going to happen because Microsoft is going to want they're going to want that Grand Theft Auto 6 money, right? In 2025. They're going to want the Fortnite monies and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. So like, I think the idea of them going third party is ridiculous. I think realistically what's going to happen, and I don't really like the idea of Xbox games going elsewhere because I think it lessens the value of the ecosystem in general, and I think there will be a long-term damage hit. But I'm saying that, and the people who say the opposite would just declare me a fanboy when I'm anything but. I do think of course, this is just rumor, right? We're just talking about this in just a broad sense of it all. Like, I don't know if it's true. I know Nate the Hate. He's not one to make stuff up. I can't verify if what he's saying is true. Like, I never heard anything about Hi-Fi Rush. It wasn't one of the games that I had heard about. So I can't back him up or whatever. So I don't know. But at the same time, I'll just run with it thinking it's true because it does sound like something Microsoft would end up doing. I could see it happening, which is why one of the reasons why I'm like, oh, okay, I think this might actually happen because it sounds like something they would do. It sounds like something Microsoft would do, especially after a $70 billion acquisition, which I've heard behind the scenes, people have told me that like they need to make money on that immediately, which is one of the reasons why, like, you know, when you talk about Jez talks about Odyssey being multi-platform, it's because of that. It's like this idea behind the scenes that like they need to start making money right away. And where do you make the most money if you sell your game everywhere? So I don't like the idea of this because I think it will lessen the value of the brand in the future, essentially, and I think that leads to less people being excited. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, nobody cares except a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand hardcore fans, and nobody cares on the mass market side. But I don't like the idea of like exchanging short-term revenue games for potentially long-term like brand effects. I want Xbox to thrive and be better. I don't want this potential scenario where happens where it's like, okay, every game is everywhere. I just think that's a worse future for everybody, honestly. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Take them for what you will.
I think the truth is, like, it sounds like something Microsoft would do because they love having a diversified business.
Mm-hmm.
Like the reason Microsoft just overtook Apple is because Apple is not a diversified business. Their entire business hinges on iOS and selling iPhones. Their entire business hinges on that. So when iPhone misses its targets, the share price tanks, and that's why Apple is, you know, been very desperately trying to diversify its offerings, and they can't, man. They can't do it because no one wants a Mac. No one wants to use any of their services. No one wants to use. They don't have an AI Play. They don't have servers. You know, or you know, a broad corporation grade server infrastructure. They got their own servers, sure, but people don't use Apple Business or whatever like that. They're selling like a dumb augmented reality headset, which literally no one on earth is going to buy. No one, not a single person on earth is going to buy. Which is dumb as hell, and also they're selling wheels for $800 for one of their stupid Macs. So, you know, Microsoft likes this idea of like, we'll have a diversified business where if any one business starts to shrink, which you've seen Windows shrink over the years, then we'll have something to shore it up. And one of the things that is shoring up is Windows, because Xbox, because Xbox is on its way to replacing Windows as one of Microsoft's biggest revenue generators. And I think, like, if you're thinking about Xbox in broad terms, like having a diversified Xbox is a good thing as well. It's like, yeah, if Game Pass sales have slumped, then we've got a very strong third-party publisher business with Call of Duty. If Call of Duty flops one year, then yeah, we can make money on Call of Duty when it hits Xbox on the console. So I think like they do want to have a diversified business. I think that's what they're going for. I don't think they're going to stop doing hardware. In fact, I've heard they're investing more than ever in hardware, and they've got some really interesting innovations coming up with, you know, their AI Play and the mobile store and all the stuff they're trying to do to sort of make this ultimate gaming ecosystem that encompasses every platform and every device, and you know, you can go wherever you want and do whatever you can with the content you've got. And they've been trying to do this for a long time. They've just started executing more effectively on it. You know, they've got a ways to go, but that's kind of where Microsoft is, and they're trying to mirror the industry at large, which is like all the gamers in the world play on various different platforms in various different modalities. Whereas like Sony's only just starting to realize, oh man, we need a mobile play. Oh man, we need service games. Oh man, we need this and that. All we've got right now is cinematic single player third person action games. That's not how you grow a diversified business. And like if like consoles fall out of fashion, which they potentially could do with Gen Z grow into purchasing power. Maybe Gen Z doesn't want consoles. Maybe they see them as boomer devices, and maybe they just want a game on PC or game on their iPad. You know, maybe Gen Alpha wants consoles even less. You don't know, but maybe the opposite happens. Maybe Gen Alpha loves consoles, and maybe that creates a renaissance. You just can't tell how things are going to go. But if you're running a business, the last thing you want to do is put all your eggs in one basket. And I think that's what Microsoft is doing here. They're diversifying, and Xbox will still have exclusives. Xbox will still have hardware. It'll just be maybe more games go more broad than before, and I think that's fine ultimately. They just really need to be careful of the messaging, and I think if they did have a brand that was just like This game is definitively exclusive forever. This game is definitively timed exclusive. This game is definitively multi-platform. I think that'd be better. I think the issues come when the fans don't know, and we have to be subjected to this back and forth constantly of like, will it, won't it? You know.
Right.
And
well,
I think that's where it comes in.
Yeah, last thing before we move into Patreon questions. So if you guys are joining the show, hit the like button and subscribe. There is a slide from the FTC stuff which might illuminate Microsoft's thinking moving forward about exclusivity, because it was basically, they had a bar graph, right? And it showed like games and what their thoughts are. And it was titled Stylized Relationship Between the Value of Exclusivity and the Size of the Game, right? And it was like, on the left-hand side, in the red, was Psychonauts 2 and Fallout 76, where it said niche audience and a small community, and it had lower value of exclusivity, right? But as you got to the middle, the bar turned from red to green, and it had Starfield and Redfall, and underneath it said new IP, uncertain audience, appeal to dedicated gamers, often single player, and it was green, and the green in the chart means higher value of exclusivity, right? Mm-hmm. Then you get to the far end, the right-hand side of the graph, and it's the mass market audience. And the examples are Call of Duty and Minecraft. There's a massive online community extending beyond the device, socials, merch, etc. And it was in the red, lower value exclusivity, right? So this could be just Microsoft's look at like essentially like how they value exclusivity for stuff. Like Hi-Fi Rush, where would that really fit in? I guess you could say it could be in the middle, new IP and uncertain audience, which has a higher value exclusivity, but it's also like it's like a beat 'em up, right? Which is a niche audience in itself. So actually, maybe it falls all the way in the left, and it's a lower value. So for that game, it's like we'll go for a year exclusivity and then not, right? Like something like Indiana Jones, it's not necessarily new IP, but it might have an uncertain audience. Maybe not like mass market, and it is, you know, they say here often single player, so maybe that falls into that. Hellblade 2, all those sort of things. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I would really kind of pay more attention to this like figure here, this graph, because Microsoft seems to be using this to judge the value of exclusivity based on the type and the size of the game. I don't know. Like like I said, like everything's sort of changing. The industry itself, right? I don't know how this is all going to play out. Like, you know, for all we know, it doesn't happen. For all we know, Microsoft is also very much listening to the community. It's one of their greatest strengths. And I mean, I know they're listening. I've talked to people who basically say such things, and you know, if there's a lot of pushback against this, if people bring up good, valid reasons why something like this should never happen or only happen sparingly, then Microsoft might internally change the course of action. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. So I would say, like, make your voice be heard, obviously in a respectful, constructive criticism way, instead of constantly going to disrespectful, and basically not explaining the reasoning. Like, I think that's actually useful. So I know they listen. I know they're always wondering, and I know there's like people for and against within the company, and they could easily use those examples, and they see how much, you know, it could damage or hurt. They may shift course, just like they did with some other stuff. And if you're worried about like saying anything because other people have been like, well, if you don't like this, then you're just a console gamer, or you're just a console warrior, because who doesn't want more games played by more people? You can tell those people to go fuck themselves. Like, you know, it's
not about that. It's not about that. And they wouldn't be making I know for a fact they wouldn't be making the same arguments if the shoe was on the other foot. Man.
Oh, but you see, they'll say the shoe's other. Oh, but you know, MLB is on Xbox and Switch, and Destiny 2 is on there too, and Marathon's coming and stuff. And it's like, those are totally two different. They're not the same. Or people will be like, would Final Fantasy would come or whatever, and it's like, yeah, dude, Final Fantasy should come. It's literally a third-party game. What are we talking about here? Why are you comparing a third-party game to a first-party game? You know what I mean? Like, because I saw some people talking about that. It's like, well, Stray came, and it's like, Stray, who the fuck gives a shit about Stray? Stray was a third-party indie game by Annapurna. Like, of course it should come. Like, why are you comparing that to a first-party game? I don't understand. Like, make sensible, logical arguments. And some people want to, they'll get on Twitter and whatever, and they want to come across as like, to the industry folks or whatever, and be like, look how calm and well-reasoned and stuff I am. And everybody else that's the opposite of me is like this lowly fanboy. And it's like, you know what? Go fuck yourself, dude. Like, seriously. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I hate that. Like, if you have a slightly different printing than somebody else, they already paint you as the bad guy or whatever, Like,
yeah, it's annoying, but
anyways.
It's also in bad faith. And it'll be funny to see when the shoe does fall on the other foot, how people, flip, how the narrative flips,
Yeah. I do see the industry changing. I mean, like I said, I could imagine a scenario 10 years, 15 years from now where everybody just, hey, I'm playing my Nintendo game on my Xbox and I'm playing my Xbox game on my PlayStation. Maybe exclusivity is a thing in the past and the future. And that's just like the future we're headed to, I don't know. But yeah, this is the other thing is like, I know this is such a topic that people are passionate about and they're always going to ask about. And it's like, we're talking about now because it just sort of like, I don't really want to talk about this from week to week. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's like the ABK stuff where you don't really want to talk about because there's not much to talk about and it gets repetitive. But it's so like, I don't think we're going to talk. I don't think we're going to talk about this again. And there could, people could, mention.
It might just be all
stuff.
Bullshit.
It might could be all but I'm just saying the next time we'll talk about it is if it actually happens. It would be the next time we'll broach the subject. But for now, I'm sort of done talking about this particular subject on the show until it's like happening or proven not to. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyways, let's let me bring up the Patreon questions, Jez. Let me go over there. The wonderful people at patreon.com/XB2. We got the question thread. Let me find it. All right, here we go. We got about a little bit of time left, so we can hopefully go through all these. We got Nate Miller. He says, okay, I have a slightly long one, but I'll try to keep it short. All the rumors about Xbox exclusives going to other consoles is bringing the Kardashian out of Twitter users. Very dramatic. I'm selling my Xbox tweets. Jez has said it before, and I'll say it here. No one is leaving their main consoles. Digital libraries are too big. Even if every Xbox exclusive went third-party, no one would leave. It's just people blowing smoke. Sorry, rant over. Hope you guys are having a great day. Hey, I mean, there's a little bit of that, too. I think people get very dramatic. I think people get very emotional about this. I could see some people leaving. I mean, you also assume that, like,
people will try and leave.
That their library is that important to them. Like, they could easily, it's not so much maybe that they sell their Xbox, but maybe they transition and start buying games more on PlayStation. Not everybody has like a massive library that they're really so attached to, right? I mean, the Call of Duty kids who play stuff on PlayStation, are they really that attached to PlayStation, or are they just really attached to that's where just their friends play Call of Duty at, right? Are they that really attached to their digital library of those games? I don't know. But yeah, there's definitely going to be those dramatics like it's over, I'm gone. I mean, of course, of course that'll happen. And maybe there's people at Xbox who are like, you know what? These people are going to say whatever they're going to say, but not a single one of them will leave. It's just performative. Like, you're not actually going to back it up with action. You're all the words and you'll say all the stuff, but if a push comes to shove, you won't actually get rid of it. Lee Sanders says, well, after my question last week, who would have thought that the developer direct lineup would have ended up like that? So do we think there's a fifth game like last year's successful Hi-Fi Rush? P.S. Hope you're well, Rand. Blizzard is the worst ever. Yes, Blizzard is the worst ever. Not only like the snow, but also, Jez's favorite developer. They're the worst. Kidding. I think I sort of talked about that. I mean, it'd be cool if there was a fifth. I don't know what the fifth would be. I'm just assuming there's 4. And if there's a fifth, great. Because, I mean, I don't want to get in this, like, well, I'm expecting Contraband or South of Midnight or Forza Horizon 6 or whatever, and it's just strictly first party, it looks like, because, there could be a Stalker 2 or whatever, but, a Double Fine's client, I'm just going to be like, all right, well, it could be one of those things, and if there is, we're good with that, but I'm really happy to see Indiana Jones, Hellblade, and Avowed anyways, so. Stephen Doyne says, hey guys, a bit of divisive topic, but we know Microsoft as a company is leaning heavily into AI going forward. We also know that Microsoft is becoming more and more a service company. Do you think Microsoft Xbox will work towards integrating AI tools into game development with the long-term goal of licensing out these tools to different developer studios in a similar way to how Epic licenses Unreal Engine?
They're already doing it.
It could potentially save studios a lot of time and money, and also help accelerate getting the games to market faster and at a cheaper overall cost. Thoughts? So they're
already doing it.
Okay, they're already doing it.
Yeah,
in what way?
They're doing it in every way. They're exploring AI for dev tools. They're exploring AI for analytics. They're exploring AI. Well, I think they've already got AI for analytics, actually. They're exploring AI for development. They're exploring AI for gameplay. So, like, user-generated content with AI. You tell Forge to make a map doing something, and it'll do it automatically. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of AI next gen. A lot of AI. And not just from Microsoft either. You'll see it from PlayStation 2. Probably not Nintendo, but, well, games on Nintendo platforms will have AI, but Microsoft is, there's gonna be a broad swathes of AI from Microsoft. You can bet your ass on that.
Okay. All right. Alberto Morales says, damn, must suck to have no power in a snowstorm. Must be freezing. Indeed. It was not fun. Your boy James says, I see a lot of people say that the console sales don't matter to Xbox. If that's the case, why not put all their games on PS5? They don't, because you need reasons to draw people to your store. To your platform, and that's what exclusives in that case do. They're marketing essentially for your brand.
The console doesn't matter in the sense that it's not what drives revenue. So what drives revenue is people being active in your ecosystem, and your ecosystem can be on any platform right now, any platform whatsoever. So yeah, the console sales matter, but it's sort of like a secondary kind of matter. And if console sales died tomorrow, Microsoft would still be a multi-billion-dollar game publisher. So it's like the console. The you don't make money by selling consoles. You make money by selling software.
Yeah, but I mean,
you sell
that's true.
anyway.
I mean, it was basically like always the idea of like you sell all the consoles to get the users, the monthly active users, then to sell the high margin items, right? But the console is important, but when you have all the other avenues, it becomes less important over time, right? Sony is very much like still console sales are the most. Well, even they say monthly active users is the most important metric, but console sales is more important to PlayStation than it is to Microsoft. And they're very much still about that. And obviously Nintendo, it's all just about the console because they don't offer it anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, the console's still important to Microsoft. I mean, they make them, they spend money on it, they want people to buy them. I mean, you don't make something and this is important to us. It's not like you're making it, so obviously it is important, and they want to sell as many as they possibly can.
Microsoft themselves don't say this isn't important to us. Of course, it's important, but it's like it's not the be all and end all that the media.
Yeah, it's not. It's not like the 360 gen where the console was the be all end all, right? Yeah, gaming and all that stuff has evolved since then.
Yes.
You can look at it like right here, like Nintendo sells twice as many consoles as Xbox does, but Xbox makes more revenue. Now, I mean, you could say like Nintendo might make more profit because their expenses might be lower, but
I don't think they even make more profit.
I don't know. The whole profit thing is kind of weird because Microsoft doesn't report any of that stuff. So
they do. They report that they report.
Well, not the Xbox division.
Not specifically.
Like you don't know what Phil says they're profitable. They run a profitable business, but you don't know how much in comparison to PlayStation and Nintendo, who lay those things out for their investors in very excruciating, minute details of everything.
I suppose.
CJ says, "Hey gents, just wanted to go back to something Rand said last week. He said that the Series X mini fridge wasn't very good from what he had heard. I got one for Christmas, and maybe they've improved it from the original model, but it's a great mini fridge, keeps my drinks really cold, it's quiet, and would recommend it to anyone." Yeah, I did hear that they did revise it, but like that first one they did, like people I talked to that had it said it wasn't good. It hummed and it like leaked. But I do think they actually made a revised one, which I think fixed it. But yeah.
That's good.
Sierra11 Kevin says, regarding potential Xbox games to PlayStation Switch, my conspiracy theory is Microsoft is doing this to appease authorities for a Japanese publisher acquisition. Realistically, it seems to be purely a bottom-line business play and additional income out of the games. I don't see this as a way to get users to jump in the Xbox ecosystem currently. What I perhaps could see is enticing PlayStation Switch users over to Xbox when a new console is released after having whet their appetite. Oh, I got something stuck in my throat.
Damn. Rand's dying, bro.
But I don't see this as enticing new users to Series systems now, just as I wouldn't jump over to PlayStation if they happen to release God of War on Xbox. Thoughts? I mean, yeah, I've thought about this, and it's like maybe part of like you have everything going with your studios now, and what if you just do a reset with a new console and a new generation in 2026, where you have all the games lined up and everything? And maybe people decide they want to jump in because Xbox's platform is actually really good. You got Game Pass, you got all the games now. Because that was one thing that was always missing, was the games, right? Which is why IGN got community noted the other day.
Oh, yeah, I did see
IGN get community noted by Xbox users because they put out a tweet saying Xbox has finally got games or whatever the hell. And it was funny because they used like descriptors in their tweet like, finally, surprisingly, promising, right? Like yo, the first like like maybe you make that tweet in 2020, early 2023, after 2022, where Microsoft didn't have anything. And I know people are like, well, Redfall, was a stinker and whatnot, but like this idea of like Xbox finally, like it's never had games before. It's like good community note it, like it's, you know what I mean? Like
could this be the Xbox tax, right?
Could it be engagement farming from IGN?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Could it get engagement farming so they know Xbox users get upset and they share it and it goes wide and it goes viral and more people check it out or whatever? Yeah. Could that be a sort of thing? I don't know. I think it's funny that people are so on it now that the community noted. I thought that was hilarious. Some people would say it's pathetic. Like, oh, look at that, Xbox fans, pathetic. It's like, well, look at the tweet. It's a dishonest tweet. Like, yeah, finally my ass. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe their plans are like, hey, we're gonna start a new gen. We got all the games. We're finally here. Maybe you can jump in. I don't know. But I agree with you, like the idea of like someone enjoying a singular game on Switch and then jumping for the sequel, I don't think works. Just like I don't think it worked with the PlayStation and the PC thing. Although that's a different audience. Those PC guys like, oh yeah, let's play God of War. And there's like, all right, God of War Ragnarok's coming out. And those PC guys are like, I ain't buying a PlayStation for that. Why would I? You already put the first game here. I'll just wait for the second game. And if it's 2 years, whatever. Now, some people can't deal with FOMO. Right? Some people, they're like, I have to play something because I have to be involved in the conversation, and if I don't play it, I'm a loser, right? But if you can contain your FOMO, and you know that that game's going to come to the platform where you prefer, like, why not wait? Some people can't. Some people are like, I have to play this, even if even if all the time they're talking about PC Master Race 24/7, and when you like. But they'll immediately abandon it because the game's not on their platform instead of waiting for it. So
Dude, I'm telling you, man, like I'm getting serious FOMO about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That game looks fan-fucking-tastic. And, I did eventually come around to, Final Fantasy VII Remakes changed a bit of the story, sure, but the gameplay was just incredible. I absolutely love Final Fantasy VII Remakes game. Combat system, even though like I'm a dude who's like, oh man, turn-based, but Final Fantasy VII really nailed the sort of the happy middle ground between like an active combat and something a little bit more traditional. I loved it, but man, that's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth looks so good. Can I wait 2 years to play it though? Probably. Will I buy a console just to play one game? Definitely not. So.
Monkey versus Tramp says, "Hey guys, here's the question. Imagine you both are Batman from the Dark Knight film. The Joker, Jim Ryan, has kidnapped Phil Spencer and Colt Eastwood. You only have time to save one. Who do you save?"
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm saving Colt Eastwood. He's my buddy.
Oh yeah.
You know?
But who was the other one? Jim Ryan?
No, Jim Ryan has kidnapped Phil Spencer and Colt Eastwood. So which one are you saving? Phil or Colt?
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, Phil might give you a big fat reward.
Yeah, I'd be like, "Hey Phil, if I'll save you if you don't put games on PlayStation and Switch."
Nah, I'd be like, "Phil, let's talk about Windows Phone.
Let's talk about StarCraft."
And I'm like, "Sorry, Colt, I gotta let you die."
Like, sorry, Colt. Sorry, Colt. So when I talk to Colt later, I'll say that in this question, you let him burn and let him blow up. You save Phil because he can bring back the Windows Phone.
Yes. I'd say, "Phil, I'll save you, but you have to help me bring back Windows Phone."
Omen says, "Hope you're staying warm with all the snow, Rand. Here's a fun thought experiment. If you were in charge and discovered that you could get the Halo franchise 50% more funding by porting all current games to PS5 and Switch 2, would you do it?" No, I wouldn't.
More funding? No, I wouldn't do it.
Halo is one of those things where it's like it's the most recognizable Xbox property, and I think, I do think Xbox is going to put games on the other platforms, but I think it's going to be few and far between where it makes the most strategic sense to do so. But I don't think Halo makes strategic. I know you could get more if you put it in more places, but that is so entwined with the brand of Xbox itself that at that point it's just like you can't do that. So no, I would say no.
I think for what it's worth as well, I was told pretty categorically that Halo is not being considered for ports.
But the thing is, I know it has been. I remember there was a DS port. I want to say there's even Master Chief Collection was considered. They probably have considered Infinite too, but they don't because they know how much it means, right?
Yeah.
Silas says, "Happy National Marzipan Day, Jez and Rand. I was listening to Colt's show from this week, and he and Mag got into an interesting discussion about AI and how it could be the only real solution for devs to create the AAA premium experiences hardcore gamers covet moving forward. By using AI, devs could offload tasks such as art and other design elements, which would lower the manpower costs. It would also reduce the time it takes to get these games out. How do you guys feel about this theory, and does it make logistical sense?" I
think it does make sense, but what also makes sense is that it'll lead to job losses.
Mm-hmm.
We talked last week about how the fact there's only a finite amount of people to play games and a finite amount of time with which to play games. And it was the guy from Nacon or Nexon, I can't remember which company, but the CEO of one of those companies said something to the effect of, there are too many games. And that's why like some studios literally die on the basis of one game failing because there's so much competition. A follow-up game just wouldn't work, and you can debate that whether or not there's too many games. I tell you what, for one thing, if AI does rapidly increase the speed of game development, there's going to be even more too many games, and maybe there's if a game flops, then it's kind of like, well, it's no big deal. It was only developed by 20 people and then a bunch of large language models, right? I think there will be less jobs in game dev as a result of this kind of stuff, and I don't think it'll necessarily lead to high quality either. I mean, it's AI is going to completely change the world. It's going to be like the combustion engine, like when they switch from horse-drawn shipping canals and switch to full-blown tanker ships and stuff like that. It's going to be a huge groundswell of change for every industry. For us, me and Rand, that you'll have like AI developed podcast slop just flopping around. You're going to have articles written by AI with AI generated videos everywhere. It's going to be a nightmare, man. It's, you're not going to know what's AI and what isn't. I don't know how you're going to be. There's going to be AI comments. It's going to be AI comments. It's going to be AI making content to get AI engagement, probably AI clicking on ads. It's going to be a mess, man. It's going to be a total mess.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's quite small, but smells like a big one. Says, what do you think would happen in the pony sphere if Satya Nadella or Phil Spencer announced that since one of their best-selling franchises, Call of Duty, is so popular with PlayStation fans, they decided to bring more games to Xbox fans by porting more games over to PS5? I mean, I think they would cheer, even though they've said that all the Xbox games are garbage, but now they want them. Now they beg for them. Because it's not, they don't actually want to play them. They just like to see Xbox fans upset, essentially. Or maybe they do want to play them, but they don't want to buy a console. But I'm sure they would be very happy. Dead Planet says, XCast panel today, quote, Hellblade 2 is probably going to drop in the fall. We'll see it again at the summer showcase. IGN Xbox Unlocked panel, quote, Hellblade 2 is fall, maybe October. Why is Xbox never allowed to have nice things? Why would it kill these people to be a little optimistic with Xbox predictions for once? See Hellblade again this summer? Do they have a clue? I mean, this with all sincerity, I feel like we in this chat room are more connected with Xbox plans than people getting paid to talk about it.
It does feel like that sometimes, but I tell you something, I've started sympathizing with that whole thing now because, like I've said before on the show, and this is a little bit personal, so I apologize if that's annoying for people, but since I became managing editor last year, I've spent more time in spreadsheets, and budgets than ever before, and less time writing content than ever before. And I kind of felt like, sometimes it feels like I played less games than ever before last year, because I've just been so busy with everything not gaming related. So I think like some of the people who do end up in higher positions in the games media, they just end up doing jobs that aren't related to their job. And maybe AI can help with that as well. If I don't have to budget and stuff, and like this morning, for example, I was asked to like, can you give us how much was spent doing this, that, and the other over the last quarter? So, and I was like, man, I was trying to write a review about War Hospital, which I've been playing, by the way, which is a buggy, broken mess, sadly. So I was trying to write that, but then the guys were like, we need this data. So I was like, okay, well, I'll do that then. So again, not playing games, not writing about games, just writing data. So another manager can put something together for his boss, and it's just put in this whole managerial structure now. So I do kind of sympathize with that whole sort of stuff, but again, it just kind of leads to a scenario where you just got to find the creators that sort of jive with your level of knowledge, I guess, because every creator's got a different level of knowledge, and I think different creators' perspectives are still valuable. I think like the casual audience, I think their perspectives are still super valuable, even though, like, a lot of people will be like, well, what about the hardcore? What about the hardcore? And well, it's like, well, casual gamers drive 99% of the revenue. So it's kind of like their perspectives also very, very much matter, And a casual gamer will have a completely different perception of Xbox than we do. Completely different perception of Xbox. And that's like important feedback to consider. So I don't know. That's my ramble there.
I think... as far as like those two are concerned, Hellblade 2 in October is not that bad of a guess, really. I think it's more just they're probably pessimistic about the idea of it launching before the fall, right? But like fall seems super crowded because if you have Hellblade 2 in the fall and Indiana Jones in the fall and Avowed in the fall and Call of Duty in the fall, something's getting trampled on. This is one of the things Xbox like they got so many games coming and they need to be able to spread them all out. If you got like Hellblade in the fall and October, but then Call of Duty's in November, but then Indiana Jones is September, and then like Avowed is like early, they're all going to like run into one another and they're not going to get the separation that they would need.
Isn't Titanfall basically dead because EA
Titanfall
sandwiched
it between
Call of
was
Duty
it
and Battlefield.
Advanced Warfare and Battlefield 1 or Battlefield? Yeah, there was just like, yeah, we'll release them, and yeah, it got murdered because of it. I don't know. I don't. Any of us don't really know when it's coming. I'd like to assume it's coming earlier than the others because I think it's the next one up, and they've shown it a lot, right, in comparison to the other games. So to me, it's like I think, and Xbox has talked about like, hey, we want a big game for each quarter, and we don't know what's quarter 1, quarter 2, or 3, or 4, and we've talked about the idea of like you can't have everything in the fall anymore, so like you need some games in earlier in the year, and Hellblade 2 I think fits. Like if you could have it in like May, I think that's great, and then you could have your separation, and you have Indiana Jones in September, and like if you want to have Avowed in December or Avowed in October or whatever, that all fits. But you can't get all those games all in like one time frame. I think they're just being safe. Like October is a safe bet. Fall's a safe bet mainly because that's when the biggest games come out. You're like, I'm going out on a limb saying May or first half of the year, right? And the same thing happened last year with Starfield, right? There's a lot of like, when will it come? And, it was like the safe bet was the fall, even though it was September. So, but yeah, sometimes though, I do feel like we are more clued in on Xbox than some of the mainstream podcasts. I mean, that's to be expected though. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a surprise.
Yeah, that's Randall does. That's what Rand does all day. It's just browse Twitter for Xbox news.
Yeah, sure.
And play walking sims.
Elko,
while smoking a pipe and reading his book.
Elko says,
Rand, I bought a book.
I saw you bought a book on Twitter. Elk says, do you think the controller with Wi-Fi functionality will be released before or with the next Xbox? Yeah, about the controller with haptics that leaked alongside the other stuff. It's we don't know if those plans got scrapped. Maybe if those refresh consoles got scrapped for the idea of launching a new generation early, maybe they just wait for the new generation to launch the new controllers. Right? I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll find out this year, because isn't the leak stuff was supposed to be this year with the new controller and the refreshes was supposed to be this year. So I guess maybe we'll find out this year. Good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. He says, Jez, here's the cool-ass question-answer thread. Probably not the most appropriate set of words for someone who is in a big winter storm and is out of power. Rand, continuing the apparent theme of referring to other content creators, I see that reacting to other people's videos seems to be in vogue. Some people are being bad and only doing it for the money with minimal effort. Others, such as Destin, are actively involved in discussing content and making the creators of the original videos known to an audience. While I don't think you'll be going down the reactions route anytime soon, have you given some thought to revitalizing your YouTube channel? I mean, of course, yes, thinking about it all the time. In fact, I told Jez earlier that I was feeling the need to make videos again. So, might be starting to make videos this week. And then, like, the plan is, like, when the camera stuff, when we get all in that, I'll be on, like, camera for the videos. And, maybe, I've seen Destin's reaction stuff, and I'm not a fan of, like, people who watch something and then don't say anything and then be like, oh, that's my reaction. It would be like, stop and then discuss it or whatever. That'd be, cool to do if it was something I was interested in. And people always ask me to react to, like, the showcases, but, I don't think I'm the best reactor because I'm kind of just very, like, stoic. I'm not someone who's, like, get all animated and be like, yeah, fuck yeah, that was so amazing. Like, I think a lot of those people that do that stuff are so fake. It's all just for show. And maybe that's something you can coach yourself to do, like it's acting. Me, I just kind of watch and whatever. But yeah, of course, thinking about it, like the podcast. We love doing the podcast. Podcast is always going to be here. Podcast will always be done. But yeah, I've thought about, like, I always said, like, I wasn't done making videos. I just, didn't like feel. I just lost the passion for them, to be honest with you. But now it's starting to come back, or I want to start making stuff again, and then yeah. It'll happen.
We've started putting videos on Windows Central Gaming again.
Indeed.
We're going to do a little mini weekly news recap show, which is similar to what Mars did with Chat Days and stuff. And we're going to do that on Windows Central. So everyone's doing videos again.
OC,
I'll be getting on there as well.
09C- says, "Hey guys, I hope Rand's warmed up now and he's got his power sorted. I know it's early days, but what notable feature specs do you think will be in the next generation of consoles apart from AI? Also, do you think they'll release the new controller before next gen if they have scrapped those plans for a refresh? Cheers and have a good one." I have no idea what features or specs will be in the next gen consoles. I'm not the person to ask for the tech stuff. I don't know. I don't know shit about that.
Yeah, I don't know either. I do hope they keep the power crown. Like the fact that they made such a big deal of it before, to sort of backtrack on that now would be very, very irritating, I feel like. But yeah, beyond that, we know it's some kind of hybrid, so it'll be interesting to see what that materializes into.
Yeah, as far as the controller, we'll find out this year if they plan on releasing it. If they did bump up the console to 2026, then maybe they just launched it with that. I don't know. Achievement says, if any game deserves to go to PlayStation, it's Redfall, but Arcane should make an expansion, finesse the combat and exploration like they have already, and relaunch it on PS5, Switch 2, and Xbox, but call the game Bite Back. Almost like a soft reboot or reset. It would probably rate low 80s to mid 70s. I mean, that's very that's very pie in the sky achievement. I don't think we've ever. I think the only game that relaunched was like Final Fantasy 14 when it relaunched. Like they took it offline and then they relaunched it months later. But yeah. I don't really see any of that. I think the stink of Redfall is there permanently, and I don't think nobody on the other consoles is like clamoring for Redfall. You can say, at least with Hi-Fi Rush, that it was a critically acclaimed game, right? Where it was like, okay, you could put it there and have some marketing. Maybe you put Hi-Fi Rush in the PlayStation State of Play or the, Nintendo Direct for a launch title for the Switch 2, and it sells well because it's a highly acclaimed stuff. I don't even think if they rebranded Redfall to Bite Back that anybody would care. I think that's I think you're throwing away money chasing after that game, trying to make it something.
Yeah.
James Wiseau says, now that we all know you're okay, Rand, it got me thinking. You're snowed in. What's the one game you're choosing to play to wait for the snow to melt? There's no internet, so it must be single-player experience. Same question for Jez, too. Ori. I'll go with Ori, too, because I'm in the Metroidvania mood right now. So I'll go Ori Will of the Wisps.
I'm going to go Cult of the Lamb. That's kind of my go-to handheld gaming game at the moment.
All right. Parker Petrov says, glad you survived the Blizzard, Rand. I thought I'd go with the non-gaming related question since I can't watch live. What is the worst job you've ever had to work and why? Worst job? I mean, I guess...
I can tell you mine.
Okay, what was your worst?
I mean, it's kind of dumb because it doesn't sound like such a big deal, but I was a receptionist at a adult community college.
Okay.
For a year. And it sounds like quite an easy and fun job, right? Or at least passive, but man, the customers or the students, the adult students, they were such assholes, man, and treated me like crap. I don't know if it was my age. I was like 20 at the time, and like maybe they just thought, oh, I can treat this guy like crap because he's young or something. And they were all sort of older people who were doing like courses like like hobbyist kind of courses, right? Like cooking and stuff like that. And they just treated me like crap. So I went home depressed every single day. I was thinking like, wow, this is my life now. I'm never going to amount to anything. I'm just going to be a receptionist forever and I just hate my job. Thankfully, that wasn't the case, but that was my worst job. Just because of the people I had to work with, man. It sucked.
I get that. My worst job was probably my first one. I worked at KFC. It was always rough during the summers because it was hot in the kitchen and it was especially hot in the summer. So that was probably...
and you were around chicken all day that you weren't allowed to eat.
Well, no, you could eat it. Yeah.
Oh, you could eat the chicken?
You could eat it. Well, they didn't want you to eat... You didn't want... They wouldn't... Breasts and legs, no, but thighs and wings, yes. And at the end of the night, when they were throwing stuff away, you could take stuff home and stuff.
Oh, man.
Stuff that was left over, yeah.
SJ
Dub. Yeah, you could just take it. The only stuff you couldn't take was like the parfaits, like the puddings and stuff. But if there's any like fries left over, biscuits, anything that like chicken tenders, like because they just throw it all out or use it in like the pot pies. Yeah, you could take it off. I intentionally there'd be times because sometimes they close at 9 and we would go over to my buddy's house and play WCW versus NWO Revenge. Sometimes I would cook extra chicken nuggets and biscuits and all that stuff, and literally like bring over all these boxes, a box of chicken, a box of biscuits, a box of chicken fingers, and like mac and like just pack it all in and literally go over to my friend's house and play WCW versus Endo over Revenge while everybody's enjoying KFC. You know what I mean?
I love that game.
Good times.
My cartridge is broken, man.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't Revenge that was broken. It was WWE No Mercy. Like, it wouldn't save the game. I was so annoyed. Because I was like, I loved NWO Revenge, but I never watched WCW. So it's kind of like, man, I wish I had a WWE version of this. And then No Mercy came out. But then the cartridge was broken. And I think, like, there was a whole batch of these broken cartridges. And there was just you couldn't update a cartridge back then. Man, I was so good. That's probably like one of my worst gaming memories, is that game being broken for me.
SJ Dub says, hey fellas, hope you're both well and glad to see Rand survive all the snow. I have a question for both of you. What do you guys think of insiders? I ask because it seems like everybody is an insider nowadays, and there are more rumors than ever before. Even Colt and Mag were dropping a lot of info over the weekend. Have a great week. I mean, for me with insiders,
have to see if they actually come through, you know.
Well, yeah, for me it's about track record. It's about who can I trust. Right, and you know there are people out there that have a really good track record. Like Nate the Hate's got a really good one. Grub is a really good one. Jez is a really good one. You know, Shinobi's got a really good one. Right, you know, I just don't just trust random people, especially ones that just come out of nowhere and start saying stuff. So like I saw the stuff Mag was saying, and you know I like Mag a lot, but you know I don't necessarily believe everything that he says until it's proven correct. And once it's proven correct, it's like, okay, you got the track record to back it up. I believe you. You know what I mean? You know, so for me, it's about believability. It's about track record more than anything. If you want to be an insider this days, all you guys got to do is create a new Twitter account and basically call yourself an ex-PlayStation dev in your bio, and you can say whatever you want because people will believe you for whatever reason. That seems to be the new meta. Is saying that you're an ex...
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, dude, there's so many of them now. There's so many of them now doing it. And it's just kind of hilarious. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I don't want to be an insider. I don't like the extra attention. I know that's kind of weird considering we do a podcast. But I don't personally... Like, I love Idle Sloth. He's a great dude. I hate getting clipped. I really do. I hate getting clipped. Well... I love it when Jez gets clipped. Like, clip Jez all you want. But I don't like it when I get clipped. You know? Because I don't like the extra attention. And it's not necessarily taken out of context, but when people clip that and they say, oh, this, that, and the other, people then all of a sudden, like, expect it all to be true. And if it's not true, or if it's just your speculation, they're like, oh, you were wrong. You know?
It's the lack of context, isn't it? I don't mind being clipped, but if it's done so in a way that, you know, this happens to Jeff Grubb a lot, where he'll speculate or be like, yeah, we think this is happening now, like, or we're just doing it for fun, speculation for fun. Sometimes they'll clip Jeff Grubb, and it'll be taken out of context, and the next day you'll see it up on news sites saying, oh, Jeff Grubb said this is definitely happening, even though, like, when you look at it in the full context of the conversation, it was just speculation or expectations and stuff like that. So, yeah, I suppose I don't mind being clipped, but if it's done, like, maliciously on purpose to, you know, obfuscate the discussion and stuff, then it's annoying. But what can you do, man? It's the internet, man. It's going to get way worse when AI gets involved. I saw the other day, like, for example, on Destin's show, we closed it out by saying, and some advice, don't do meth, right?
Yeah.
And loads of people were saying that I was insulting a certain someone in the community.
Oh,
but it wasn't about that. It was like it was to do with what was we talking about now? I was saying, like, what they need to do is invent something that means you don't have to sleep anymore. And then Destin Liguri said, "Well, Jez, they've invented that already. It's called meth." You know. So it was sort of like a callback to that joke. But people clipped it. Well, actually, I clipped it myself and put it up there. But then people added their own context to it, so it's my own fault, you know, putting it up there without context.
All right, we got a couple more super chats, and then we got to end the show because it's time to go. Sick and Tired says both Sony and Microsoft are scared of the possibility that regulators are going to come after their wall gaming gardens. Go back and watch the last showcases of both companies, and neither used the word exclusive with any of their exclusive games. Without doubt, the practice of money handing or paying money to keep content out for competition, especially Sony using its market dominant position, hurt Xbox will one day get investigated. And it very well could happen. Very well could. The regulators could look at that and break everything open. But let's see. We got some super chats. We got good old Collinwood says, where do you fit Flight Sim 2024 in there? I think like summer, June, probably the best for that game. Drew Bus says, do we see an Elite Series 3 controller in 2024? I'd say no, but I think we do get another one in the future. Virtua Brad says, Avowed is posted on the Xbox Store. Indeed it is, along with all the others, but it's posted there since the showcase last year. Leo says, Xbox leadership is becoming bipolar at this point. I wouldn't mind getting Splatoon or Smash Brothers on Xbox in return, though. I mean, you got to stop looking at it like a trade. You know, this isn't the NBA. You're not trading one game to get another game from PlayStation. I guess I understand you would like Splatoon on Xbox, but Microsoft would just get the money.
Well, think of it. Put it this way, right? With Splatoon as an example, imagine they did bring Splatoon to PC and Xbox and PlayStation as well. I think it would be massive. I think it would make that game massive.
Yeah.
You know? So part of me is wondering, like, maybe Microsoft's probably discussing to these guys about doing a trade and just being like, look, we'll help you port this game. We'll give you PlayFab, and you know, so you can properly analyze the analytics or whatever, and do all this stuff. And maybe Microsoft helps Nintendo to bring their games to a broader audience, like Splatoon, and stuff like that. I can't see them doing Smash Brothers though, because you know that has like the iconic characters in. And it's iconic for Nintendo, but I personally don't associate Splatoon with Nintendo, you know. And I think like that, if there was one franchise you could bring across to other platforms, it would be that. But I don't know.
Yeah. We have Humdrunk says, Gaz says this is a white flag. What a betrayal. Miguel says they do this. PlayStation and Final fans won't become Xbox fans. They'll look at the timed exclusive blocks. What do Xbox fans get out of this? Lewis says, rumor by Middle Age Games that the game's Gears Collection being play tested, true or false? I mean, I don't know. Mazer says Halo need a BR, but ODST and style Gunguile. Donataku, I'm an insider. My uncle works at Nintendo, and he said Nintendo will buy Sega and Sonic with Mario's pet in the next 3D Mario. Trust me, bro. Matt says Hellblade March, R April, Stalker May, Towerborn June, Flight Sim July, Indiana Jones September, Avowed October, COD November. Thoughts? I mean, hey, that very well could completely line up. I wouldn't be against that. But anyways, that's the end of the show. I want to thank everybody for being here. Love you guys. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. We got MVG coming on, Xbox 2+1 tomorrow. So be ready for that. And yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of the week. We'll see you on Friday for our thoughts on the Developer Direct. And we're out of here. Right, Jez?
Take care, everybody.
Later, peeps.
Check out HelloFresh.